What's up, everybody? Hope you're having a safe and awesome week. It is Saturday night. Couple of things. First of all, I got to say, I was watching the Geek Chat on Thursday and was pleasantly surprised that Rich liked our opening, and I made sure to say that Ed made it. So, Ed, thank you again for that opening music. Love it, love it. Use it all the time for everything. Um, so we have a thing that I'm starting to do where I like to kind of spotlight a channel that I think people should check out. And the one I'm going to do today was one that Sean showed me. And this person, when we first started watching it, was kind of close to us on subs, but has now blown up kind of with their sub count. And even though I'd never read Something is Killing the Children, she was a big fan of it. So she did a lot of Boom and Something is Killing Children stuff, but she does a lot of great video content. Her name's Sammy the Monster, and I'm putting her link in the chat right there. So be sure you check her out. Awesome, awesome stuff. Uh, Next thing I want to talk about, we have some Kickstarters. They're in the pre-launch phase of one I'm going to put up here is hopefully one of the two folks we're going to have on the channel soon. This one is from the Geek Collective, and it's Joey Galvez, Alan Dunford, Brian Belando, Dave Lentz. It's called I Need Your Skin. This is going to be a horror book that, trust me, horror fans, you go check this page out. And for both of these, like I said, I'm hoping to have both the teams on because the other one we're supposed to have on first, actually, eventually. We're gonna work this out. Is our buddy Dan Price is going to be releasing Bigfoot Knows Karate #3. Now he's got Bigfoot Knows Karate, and they also have Bigfoot Hinagon. So this is #3 of the original one that he and Casey Allen were doing. So be sure check those pre-launches out. Hit that notify me on launch button so you know as soon as it goes live. You'll get a notification it goes live. Um, the last thing I want to talk about before we get in here is so for the experience, we have a show on Wednesday. It's kind of a fill-in show for right now, but it's the Kyle and J Q&A. And we are going to be having kind of an experienced family, which is, all the people on our chat, not necessarily EXP membership folks, but just people within the community of the experience. We're going to be having a couple of those folks on, including hopefully two of them that are here tonight. And we're just going to be talking about the experience, things that they think could be working better, maybe some show ideas that they want to see, stuff like that. And let me pop that. Now, this isn't the show link. This is just the experience for those who haven't checked that out. But here's the thumbnail for it, and I love it. I love this so much. So that's going to be this coming Wednesday at 9 Eastern, 8 Central on the experience. Be sure to check that out. So I also want to preface that we are doing shows and comics that we think have either been canceled too soon or maybe not canceled soon enough. And this could be pretty much any kind of show. It doesn't have to be a comic book show because trust me, I got plenty of shows on here that aren't comic book related. They could be, though. There's some of them that I wouldn't mind reading some comics on. But we actually have more shows than comics. We do have a few comics in here. So if you out there in the chat know of a series that you think was canceled too soon, or one that you're like, they should have canceled this sooner, throw it in the chat. If you're watching this on Rewind, do the same. Throw it in the chat in the Rewind. Be sure to come back and check it out. So now that I got all that stuff out of the way, 600 subs, 608 subs, sorry. We have 608 subs, by the way. So thank every single one of you that come here, subscribe to this craziness, this unformatted, just hanging out and talking about stuff show where we have very few topics and sometimes we don't stay on topic at all, which, makes the show kind of fun for me. So let me go ahead and bring in our two awesome folks that usually are here with me and hang out. I always appreciate it. Let's bring in Mr. EVB
Hell, Hydra!
and Mr. Nope.
What's happening?
Oh, guys, week, man. How y'all been?
No complaints.
Yeah, same.
That's one of the best thumbnails I've seen.
The
Jay and Silent Bob. That was
This
good.
one?
Oh
Yeah.
yeah, that's a good one.
yeah.
If he could have covered your ear up with the hair,
Right.
it would have been perfect.
Well, it's not his fault. I got big ass ears.
Big ass ears.
I got, dude. I do. I'm glad my hair is so long right now because, but we call them in my family the Drury ears. That's my mom's maiden name. So I got these from my grandparents and my great grandparents. Big ass ears. So when I have my hair cut that short, they look even bigger.
Big ass ears.
Yeah. So yeah, we're gonna hop in here. I figured I'm gonna put some comics up front because, like I said, we're overloaded a little bit on shows, which is fine. No big deal to me. I can talk about canceled shows all day long. The first one I want to talk about is one that actually Nope picked up not too long ago, and that's Bedlam. Now, Bedlam, without getting too into it, was a story about a serial killer named Matter Red, whose real name was Fillmore Press. This doctor who we never quite learn what's in it for this doctor, but he decides he's going to reform Matter Red, turn him back to Fillmore Press. And through a series of experiments, one including a cat, that scene still disturbs me because Matter goes through a lot of cats before he doesn't kill one. So it's a very brutal book, but so good. And unfortunately for me, at least, I got both volumes. It was canceled after the second volume, and that's when it like the first volume's so good, but the second volume it really picks up, starts people are dying that you didn't expect to die and all this other stuff. It's starting to get really twisty turny, and then it ends after this. Now, I don't know a whole lot about the writer Nick Spencer, but the thing about Images, they're creator-owned properties. So I've always hoped that one day either Nick Spencer would get back to this, or he would allow another team to write on it. But these two volumes, I've read them cover to cover. I never get tired of reading them. Like I have for villains outside of the mainstream comics, Matter Red from Image in this book and Oxymoron from Comics Tribe are two of my favorite villains. They put the Joker to shame. Joker's got nothing on either one of these guys. But this book right here is so good because after he kind of Matter Red goes back to being Fillmore Press, he is kind of this very timid person, very timid, and these murders start happening around him, and he decides a little bit of spoiler, but I'm just going to get you just a little bit. He decides to tell the police at first that he did it, just so they would bring him in, so he could try to help them figure out who did it. So he basically becomes a consultant for the FBI, for the police, for this killer. So, Nope, when you get this book, man, I cannot wait. I'm going to have to ask you what you thought about it when you get around to reading it. To me, it is so good, and I hope you end up finding the second volume and getting it and being just as mad as I am that it's not continuing.
So there's two trades to it.
Yeah, there's two volumes. Oh yeah, I put my stuff in alphabetical order. Yeah, there's two volumes of it, but they're both so good, and it has that psychological horror aspect to it, but also just like he uses two dudes' heads as puppets. I mean, it's the visuals in this book are insane. They're insane. Like, and the things that the characters Matter Red because we see him in the present, but they also do flashbacks of things. And this guy doesn't care, man, woman, child, young, old. He murks everybody, as Matter read. So, hey, Lorena, what's going on? So yeah, this was a book I was very, very upset when they canceled it, but I would still tell people to read it. So we got the next one on my list is another book that is so good, but it's only so far that I've been able to find two issues, and that is the Atoll. Now, Jenna found this issue at when she was working at Space Cadets. She brought it home, read it, loved it. A couple weeks later, issue two comes out. A couple weeks later, nothing. A couple months later, nothing. A couple years later, nothing. It was supposed to come out 4 or 5 different times. Then it was supposed to switch publishers. Never happened. This is a book that's my favorite kind of book, and that is the shark on the cover. There's a shark in the book. Because the main premise of this, and we got somebody popping in real quick. Let me go ahead and pop them in. Triple B, how's it going, brother?
Yo, man, what's going down, everybody? How you guys doing tonight? Just got
pretty
that.
Big.
Yo, well, I just got done eating some baby back ribs. I was smoking them for 5 hours, and so we had to eat some dinner. You know, it was got done at like 7 o'clock. So there we go. Got done eating. Decided I want to jump on a stream with you guys. Got a little bit of time with y'all, man. Love my comic book community here, man. How's everybody doing tonight?
Doing good, man.
Pretty good.
Good,
Pretty
good.
good, man. We were just talking about this book, The Atoll. So what it is there's like this rich society that kidnaps people and basically make them fight this shark named Majesty. This
Amazing cover.
18, 20 something foot great white shark. Cover them in blood. They give them a knife, dropping them in the water. And they have to fight Majesty. And as you can probably guess, doesn't go too well. Now we get this character who used to be an Olympic swimmer, and I'm going really, really far back in my memory because this is kind of an older one. But I believe she was an Olympic swimmer. Her and her husband get kidnapped off their boat, and they have to I don't know what happens. I can't remember what happens to the husband. But when we get to the second issue, was when it was going to be her turn to fight Majesty. So, two issues. Want to talk about being really upset by a story that was so good. And again, that's why I like books like Chum from Comics Tribe because they show they show sharks on the cover. Sharks are in the book. That's one thing I can't stand about some comics. If I'm just going to rant a little bit, if you're going to put a shark on your cover, the shark better be in the damn book. That's all I'm asking you. Don't tease me with a shark and a shark never shows up. Okay?
Who published this?
Oh man, this was goodness. It was a let me look it up real quick. It was a weird thing where it was like Heavy Metal magazine, but then somebody else got it, and then let's see. It says Creative Mind Energy was the last people that had it.
Hmm.
And just to let you know, The Atoll #1, December 7th, 2016. The Atoll #2, March 1st, 2017. 4 and 3, TBD. And
Is it as good as Chum?
It could have been.
Could have been.
It could have been. Like, it's just the premise is so far different though, because in Chum it's a bag of drugs and money lands in a small island town, and everybody's trying to figure out, how they're going to get away with it. And you got like mobsters and people that run the town and stuff like that. This is just, hey, we're a bunch of rich buttholes. They're going to kidnap people and make them fight a 20-foot shark.
Okay.
If you can find this, because we have two issues. if you can find this, again, it's one of those. It's so good, but it's going to make you angry.
Did
Yeah.
when I typed it in League of Comic Geeks, it actually pulled up another one called Bikini Atoll, and it's a hardcover. It came out in 2022. I wonder if that's anything to do with this and maybe a conclusion to it.
I'm definitely going to have.
It's 128 pages.
Oh, man, I said I've gone so far, and I don't normally do this, but I think I tagged the creator. I think his name's Tim Daniel. I tagged him in so many things, asking about.
Doesn't look like the same people though.
Oh, okay. But just to let you know who Tim Daniel is, I want to say he did.
3 issues. 3 issues.
Man, I'm trying to remember what. Maybe he did the plot.
Creative Minds Energy
Yeah.
is what did it. They got 1 and 2 not available here on
Yep.
my local. Let's say got some on eBay for number 1. Let's see how much they're going for.
Whew.
Looks like
He
you can
did-
find like $5-10. Number 1.
He did Bedlam,
Interesting.
He did Bedlam.
or he was part of it.
Okay.
Designer.
Oh, okay. Okay. Because I was like, Nick Spencer wrote it, but
Heavy
okay,
Metal.
yeah. Yeah. See.
It's got
Heavy
him
Metal has a number 3,
Okay. Okay. So that's what they
2016, but it's not available.
Yeah. Yeah. Like I said, that's the thing about this book. I've been following it since we got those 2 issues, and I'm like, okay, Jay, it's 2025. I don't think we're getting any more of this, man. But again, it was that good. It was
Love
that
it.
good. So
Is
yeah,
Atoll the name of the island?
I don't I don't remember that part.
Okay.
I just remember they're sailing, and this yacht or whatever the bad guys are on, all the rich bad guys are on, is they're just in the middle of the ocean. So I'd have to reread it to remember, but I'd have no problem rereading this book. Like I said, it was very short but very good, and it's one of those series that you're like, how do things like this get canceled? But then you have, and I hate calling things out, but America Chavez from Marvel went on for however long it went on. Like, how do you have books like this that can't make it past 2 issues?
Yeah.
And some of the stuff that is probably still going on right now still goes on.
Eddie, to answer your question, it says that it's off the northwestern coast of Alaska is where this is based off of.
Yeah.
Interesting, because she's an Olympic athlete,
There-
So yeah, what Jay was
there you
saying.
go.
Sounds
There
cool,
you go.
man.
It was so good, man. Like, ugh. All right. Let me get off that because I'll rant about that all night. So next one I got
Terrifying though.
Jupiter's Legacy. Now, here's full disclosure on this one. I have not read a lot of Jupiter's Legacy, and Jenna and I started watching this, but when we found out they canceled it during our watch of the first season, we never finished it. All I know is that the episodes that I watched felt like they were leading up to something, and we at least we were enjoying it. So I don't know. Did any of y'all check out
I
Jupiter's
know
Legacy?
about it, but I didn't know.
Mm.
I'm guessing the series followed the comic.
Yeah,
afterwards.
yeah. That's like I said. I think when they had some kind of resurgence in Jupiter's Legacy, because Jenna got me the number 1 that came out, but they went from doing this to, I think, Supervillains, which Supervillains was in this universe, but it was cartoons. Like they did a cartoon thing. I remember the thing that I liked most about this is there was a scene that was circulating on YouTube, and it's basically there's one of the people has this rod, and holding the rod, he says something. He can travel to wherever, right? a villain takes the rod from him, and he says something like "shark infested sea." And the guy disappears, and he says "home." And when he says "home," the rod comes back. And when the rod comes back, it's got like the guy's hand stuck to it. And basically, this rod thing only like listens to him. So bad guys or people that take it from him they can't use it. So I thought that was really interesting. And plus, Josh Duhamel as an old superhero kind of worked for me.
Mhm.
So I was enjoying it, but like I said, it's one of those things that especially Jenna and I are kind of the same way. Once we've already learned it's been canceled, we kind of like, well man, what's now I didn't do that with Swamp Thing, but it was kind of like what's the point of watching the rest of this now? So eventually I'll get over that and I'll go back and I'll finish watching it. But I was really upset when it was like, hey,
Yeah.
here's the show, now it's canceled.
You invest so much, or you're starting to invest your time into it, and then all of a sudden you're like, oh, it's canceled. Like, and what is it worth? But like, I guess like with me, like if I go way back in the day, like pretty much when internet was just starting, we would watch shows on TV, on antenna TV, your local stations. And there's some shows there that like I fell in love with, and like I would have to like be home at that time when it came on just to watch it, or else I would have to like set my BCR up and record manually at this time on that station and just pray to God that the antenna had a good signal on it, just so that when I would go back to rewatch it, it would be good because you're always having to adjust your antenna. But like now you're talking about a next Netflix show, you know, we're talking like totally different freaking like lifestyle, like lifetimes right here, right?
Yeah, 100%. What's going on, Katie? K-pop in the
Yeah.
house. Let me.
What up, K-pop junkie? How you doing?
Dang it! I did it again.
Yeah, the other thing you had to worry about when recording stuff back in the day was somebody coming in and messing with the TV or
Yeah.
whatever in the middle of the recording.
Yep.
You have to tell your family members, hey, do not touch this TV at this time. I'm going to be gone. Just leave it alone. You come back home and next thing you know, soap opera's on or something. You're like, what's going on? I was trying to record Saved by the Bell, man. I was,
Right.
That's so funny. No, I gotta no, keep going. I'll let you guys go, but I got one that I want to talk about here in a little bit.
Oh, I mean, just hold on just a second. Go ahead, Triple B. I'm looking for something real quick. Go ahead and hop in.
Okay, well, oh man, I don't know. Like, so like my show back in the day, like I talked a little bit about like I talked Saved by the Bell, when I was super younger, Saved by the Bell was like a big thing for me. I think it would come on like Saturdays, the new episodes and stuff. And like when it came on, I actually I was in a bowl. I bowled a lot when I was younger. So I had my bowling league as a junior. And so I had a Saturday league it was like 8 o'clock or 9 o'clock. I can't remember. But I was actually when I lived in Michigan there, Eddie in Menominee, Michigan. And so I would ride my bike to freaking the bowling alley with my bowling ball on my bag, like on my bike. I'm like sitting there pedaling to the fucking bowling alley. Sorry with that bomb. But yeah, and I would get there and like, but it sucked because I love bowling so much, and I love watching Saved by the Bell so much. I'm like, okay, I'll record it, and I can record it in my mom's room and everything, and like, so I did that like for like a whole like year, like a whole season of that, and I loved it because I would go bowl because it was so much fun bowling. I drink my cherry coke, loved it. And then I'd go back. I get so excited to go back home because I knew I could watch Saved by the Bell. But every now and then, like freaking it wouldn't work. And I would get so mad because like nowadays you just can't just go and find it. You can find whatever you want so easily. But back in the day, you were not able to find shows like that. You had to like be in front of your TV and then or pray to God that freaking your VCR worked and you had the right time set up, the right like it was just insane. Like I think that's why, like us older, I mean, Gen X guys like me, we know about the time before the internet and time before, like, no, you had to, like, timing matters. The time actually mattered, because if you weren't there or if you didn't know, you would totally miss it, and you would have no idea when a rerun would come on. And they would always have shows with like cliffhangers. So the show would be like a continuation of a whole series, like a comic book or something like that. You miss, like, you read issue comic book, like, 2, 3, and 4, then you miss, 5 and 6, and then 7 comes on. You have no idea what's going on, right? So it was like you really needed to be diligently with, like, watching your shows back then. But that's not the show I'm talking about. We'll get into my show. I'm talking to one that I want to bring up later, but that is this kind of like, yeah, I get what you're talking about. Shows canceled a little bit too soon. Comics canceled a little bit too soon. It's like,
Yeah.
love bringing back this nostalgia talk, though. Hold on. I'm up. I'm talking right, man. I
No,
just
no.
kind of jumping.
Yeah, no, you're good. You're good.
Okay.
Phable, what's up, man? Put your
What up, one collector now?
put your link in there. Absolutely. Yeah, that's exactly true. Now this next one's a little bit newer, and I put this one in here for me and Ed specifically.
Oh, how did we not know this, Jay?
Such a shame.
Yeah. Ed and I were talking about this not too long ago. The fourth and final season only got 10 episodes. This was originally supposed to go at least 7. So for me, got Henri. Henri's watching it with his kids. He
Nice.
said that he says season 2 is a little bit slower for them. He said it's not a bad season, but for the kids, it's a little bit slower for them.
Which one was season 2? I don't remember.
Oh,
I think that was the Bizarro World one.
yeah, I think it was.
I love that one.
Well, I mean, again,
Mean Bizarro.
yeah.
Quiero Kent.
I told him, I said, look, I'm very biased when it comes to this show, very biased, because outside of the final episode, which I'm going to go ahead and say, it's not that the final episode was bad, but what it felt like was the episode before it and that episode, they should have just had one long episode. They, or at least made the final episode an hour and a half, something like that, to finish it. It really feels like they had to truncate a lot of what they were doing in that final episode. And
That whole last season felt rushed.
yeah,
That's the only season where there wasn't good flow, and it seemed like they were pushing, and it was because they were trying to get finished.
yeah. And again, I don't want to. I know that there's rumors and stuff out there. I know the rumors were that they were canceling the show because it was the last of the Arrowverse shows. Which again, I'm like, well, kind of, because this Superman is even more different than the Superman that was in the Arrowverse. I think we're looking at another alternate universe Superman with this show. But there's that, and the fact that we have a live action Superman coming out this year, and there were rumors from people, and again, I don't know if they're true. I'm just saying what I've heard, that they didn't want competing Supermen on screen. So they didn't want a live action movie Superman and have one on television, which is, for some reason, that seems to be a weird thing that DC as a whole, or Warner Brothers as a whole, has a weird issue with, because later on when we get to it, I'm going to go ahead and pop off. Arrow is one of my shows that are in this list. There's a season of Arrow that was so strange because they wanted to use characters and were told at the last second, no, we might be using this person for a movie, so you can't use them in the show.
Oh, wow.
So they had to flip things around, flip different characters, use different characters, like completely abandon story arcs. So the season was kind of a mess. But again, this show, I wish they just would have let it have that last full 4th season to me, it still ends on a high note because there wasn't a season I can pick out and be like, that one was bad. I can go without it. No, I could watch all 4 seasons of the show over again. Like I really enjoyed it. And as much as I wasn't the biggest fan of Bitsy Tulloch as Lois, there's still parts of her in that I'm like, that works for me. But the show as a whole, if you haven't watched it, it's done. Watch it. I'm telling you, Tyler became my favorite, like on-screen live-action Clark in Superman.
Same.
That's nudging out Henry Cavill for me of the 2000s. I always got to put that caveat in there of the 2000s because Christopher Reeve and George Reeves have their own shelf. Kirk Allen has his own shelf for me. So, just want to put that out there. Of the 2000s, Tyler Hoechlin was one of like my favorite Superman. So,
Well, I know you already know this, Jay, but my wife, who couldn't give 2 cents less care about comic books or comic book characters or superheroes, fell in love with this show watching it with me. And that speaks volumes on how good a show that is. Because when she's bringing up character names, like, oh, that's the guy that was Lex Luthor, I'm looking at her like, who are you and what have you done with my wife? But it was great. I loved it.
Lorena, that's on the list. I haven't watched that yet. I've seen clips of Mindhunter, but I haven't watched it yet. And Phable, I believe that too. Because I love the Arrowverse stuff. We watched all of it except for the last like couple seasons of Flash. But outside of that, we loved it.
That would be one to go back and kind of like reading a trade paperback or a hardcover or something, getting to watch it all at one time, and then do your crossover to where you don't have to wait the weeks and say, did I forget one? I'm lost, Yeah,
in fact, hold on. You know what? That was actually my next picture on here. It's kind of all the crossover stuff, but it has most of the characters from the shows on there. And
that's awesome.
The ones that I liked all of these, but the ones that I just thought were top tier was Crisis on Earth X and Crisis on Infinite Earths, and that the Crisis on Infinite Earths was the huge crossover between all the shows. It's the ones where we saw Burt Ward and we saw I can't remember her name, but she was in the Birds of Prey TV show. Like pretty much any character that had a show on TV, they tried to bring all of them in. They even crossed over the Titans from when
Birds of Prey TV show or Batwoman?
No, Birds of Prey. There was a Birds of Prey TV show back in the day. It had Selena Kyle and Bruce Wayne's. Yeah, it had Selena Kyle and Bruce Wayne's daughter. Yeah, there was a Joker and a Harley Quinn in that one. Yeah, they brought her in, Burt Ward. They brought in, I can never remember the dude's name, but he was in the first Batman '89 movie. He was the other reporter with Vicky Vale. They brought him back. They brought, oh my goodness, I'm blanking on his name, and I shouldn't. Freaking legendary voice of my Batman childhood.
Oh, Kevin Conroy.
Kevin Conroy, thank you. I don't know why. We just talked about him last week. I thought my mind blanked, but yeah, they brought him in as Batman. It's an older Batman, but like an evil Batman. It was like against type. So I really enjoyed that. Like they even had, and this is what kind of made me mad about the Flash movie. They had Ezra Miller show up.
Mm-hmm.
Spoilers, folks. Sorry, it's been a while, but yeah, they had him show up, and I was like, you guys couldn't have Grant show up in the movie.
Yeah.
But yeah, these were awesome. People want to say, I like Legends of Tomorrow too, Phable. Like it was just weird enough. Like it started out, kind of like space adventure, and then it got in like time travel. But then it got into like really weird stuff, and I kind of dug the weird stuff.
Well, it was totally aware of what it was. and it embraced it, but they wrote it well enough for it to work.
Mm-hmm.
That was my favorite of them all after a while.
Yeah. But, people are like, oh, Green Arrow started and all. And I'm like, well, actually, as, those people do, actually, Smallville is what kind of ushered this era in. And Smallville to me was, I didn't put it here in picture form, but Smallville to me, as much as I loved it, it probably could have been 7 or 8 seasons because they did put important stuff in every episode that paid off later down the line, but they could have kind of compacted that and put it into other episodes. Even Smallville, as much as I love it, I can say could have been a season or 2 less. But again, got 10 seasons. I ain't mad at that. Let's see. For me, Arrow also could have been about a season or 2 shorter. The first couple seasons of Arrow are just like peak superhero television.
Sure.
Now, granted, the first time I saw him, I was like, wait a minute, what happened to Justin Hartley? Because Justin Hartley was Green Arrow on Smallville. I was like, who's this? And I didn't say who's this guy because I knew him from Blue Mountain State. A couple of episodes. He was Travis in Blue Mountain State, the guy who got a favor from a lady of the evening and got caught.
Fucking Blue Mountain State.
Yeah. He was basically Batman. Like, I think they wanted to do a Batman show and just couldn't. They just couldn't. So they were like, all right, well, we're going to make this Arrow very grounded. It was at first. It started off as a very grounded show. I think the first time we had any kind of powers was the end of season 2 or 3.
Probably when the Flash came around.
Yeah, I think that's because that was supposed to be a backdoor pilot for the Flash TV show. Was that one?
And also the introduction of metahumans.
Mm-hmm. Because I think Solomon Grundy showed up that same episode or the episode before, and that's why Barry came from Central City. It's been a while, but I think that's
it's been a long time since I've seen that one. I don't remember Solomon Grundy being in there.
Yeah, they called him by his other name.
His original name, I guess.
Cyrus Gold, I believe, is his original, like one of his names.
Right.
So it was Cyrus Gold they were using for Solomon Grundy.
Yeah, because he was Butch.
Yeah.
Gotham.
Yeah, Butch. Lana guy. I was never a Lana fan. Like, I have nothing against Kristen Crook as an actress, but for me, I was always a Chloe fan, and then when Lois got there, it was all over for me. Lois, Erica Durance's Lois was just my perfect Lois Lane for that. And yeah, Stephen Amell is a very good looking guy. Lorena, I ain't ashamed to say that. That's a very good looking dude. Like, he was in a wrestling show called Heels with what's that guy's name? Ludwig? Alexander Ludwig? That was canceled too soon. I didn't put that one on the list, but let's see this next one that we got on here. What is this? Ed, tell me about this, man, because I don't know anything about this show.
It was a great show that got a bad rap from people playing the butthurt card about this, that, and the other thing. But basically, I mean, if it would have been called Paper Boys, people would have known what it was about immediately. But since it was called Paper Girls, people were wondering, well, what does that mean? What does that mean? And it was about girls delivering papers when something really supernatural happens, and you get on this journey with them, and more stuff happens, and it builds up, and they find this big giant thing that's going to save the day, and no season 2. And it was just, I really liked it. The comics are good too, though, so you can read the comics. The show was a little bit different, but it was really cool because it involved a little bit of time traveling and girls seeing themselves as adults and finding out when they died and it was all over the place, but it was so good. And there was this time group it was kind of like time cops, but they were bad, that was going around trying to start trouble, and they were after the girls, and it leads to this big thing where they find this. I don't want to spoil it if people want to watch it, but
Go
it's
ahead.
only one season. But they find this big, huge thing that you were excited that they were going to get working and start kicking some butt with it, and that was the finale of season 1. And you got all pepped for season 2, and then it got canceled. I was like, son of a biscuit. It's a really good show, but people were just getting butthurt about stuff, and it was so dumb. They were trying to say it was racist and this, that, and the other thing, but it was such a diverse cast. I mean, you can tell by the picture. There was lots of diversity in that show, and it's just people's yip yapping, and that's for what I heard is what got it canceled. I thought for sure somebody else was going to pick it up, because when I was watching it, it was like the number 3 or 4 shows being streamed at the time, and nobody else picked it up. I still hold hopes, but I think they're probably gone. And by now, the girls are going to be too old to pick up where they left off, unless they played some more with the timeline. But it's such a good show. It deserved more than one season. This is one that Dan and I'll sit and gripe about for a half an hour, because Dan was really into it too.
Did you read the comic on that, Eddie? Was it?
Yep.
So was it similar to the show?
Similar, just mildly different, like a lot of comics do.
Yeah.
But no, it's a good comic too. But the show deserved a lot. Well, the thing that annoys me is the hate it got, and I know everything gets hate anymore. And the hate came from people that didn't want to like the show or never even watched the show, because there was nothing to hate about that show. And one of the gals had found out that she died when she was a teenager from, I believe it was cancer. But in the show, she didn't have it yet, but she knew she was going to get it. So she was kind of like on a self-destructive type path of taking unnecessary risks, because she's going to die anyway, kind of thing. And they were telling her, that's not necessarily true. And it's a good show, even though it's only one season. If you're bored and you got nothing to do, give it a try. And if nothing else, it might make you interested in the comic, because the comic was really good. And when it was rated the number 1 show, I won a 9.9. No, this one was the 10, but it was from not the CGC. What's the other one in Canada? Whatever it is.
CBCS.
Yeah, that one. It was a 10, slabbed, and I won it. And I was so excited, because it was one of the hottest shows on TV. And then, of course, because I got that book, it died. So I doubt it's even worth anything. Not that the CBCS is worth as much anyway, but
It'll still be worth something being a 10.
Yeah. But from what I've heard, CBCS is really easy going on giving 10s. So a lot of people don't credit it as a 10, but whatever.
I've heard they've gotten more strict, but at the same time, I heard that I thought I remember saying that they graded harsher, because I heard about people doing getting grade dips going that way.
If I'd have been thinking, I'd have dug it out.
Way.
If I was thinking, I'd have dug it out of my safe and showed you on here. Because I only have 2 10s on anything. The other 10 I have is the 9/11 comic that they made that has the fireman on the cover, and everybody signed it, and it has like a little blurb from Kevin Smith in it. Heroes, I think is the name of it, the 9/11 comic. I got that one. It's also a 10, but I've only got 3 10s, and even though it was CB, I can never remember. What is it? CB what?
There's
CBCS.
CBCS. I always want to say CBSN because of the comic book shopping network. It's like that one throws me a curveball every time. But it's a good read and a good watch. But prepare to be pissed, because it stops on something you were looking forward to have happening, and then it never picks up again.
Yeah. So for a lot of the shows and stuff that's like canceled too early, I didn't waste my time grabbing pictures. I figured we just talk about them. But before we get to that, which I don't know where they're at, I didn't put this thing in any kind of order. Triple B sent me something, and you know what? It was originally on my list.
Oh.
And I completely forgot to grab it. So thank you, Triple B, for sending it. want to talk about this show for just a second. Roswell.
Yeah, like, all right. No, you're not gonna talk about this for just a second because this is my pick right here, and I ain't bleeping around, y'all, dude. I ain't bleeping around. Check this thing out right here. I got all 3 seasons right there on freaking DVD. There's the season 2, the complete season 3, and obviously the complete season 1 right there. Dude, this was the show that I love, this freaking show. Oh my god, you don't know how many times I watched this thing. I watched it so many times that, like, now my daughter right now is like almost 10 years old. I'm like, okay, let's watch Roswell. She's like, what is this? I'm like, let's just watch it. And so we're watching right now. Me and my daughter are watching this. So what's so cool about like this show is like I can like live it, like, oh man, I've watched it all so many times. So this was one of the shows that like I had to make sure I was home every single day when it came out on, I'm like, no, I would work through lunch so I can get off early because I would go to the gym afterwards. I wanted to get home to make sure I can watch Roswell, and this was it. And then when I found it on DVD, like it came out on DVD like a few years after like it ended. I'm like, oh my god, they have it on DVD, and so I bought it. And then the next one came out, maybe like 6 months later, 2 year later. I bought season 2 because like all 3 seasons were already like out on they already came out, so like they didn't come out on DVD like right away. Like nowadays, like, man, a freaking show would come out and then like you can just buy like the whole set, right? Or you can like stream it. Like you couldn't do that back in the day. And so when I found it, I'm like, okay, I'm buying this, I'm buying it. I bought it. I was so stoked to be able to go back and rewatch it because when you're watching these shows when they first come out on TV, like that's when you have to watch them. You're like, you can't just like, lucky you can like record them like we talked about earlier with the VHS days, but like if not, like you miss it. And so I freaking love this show so much. And like come to find out, like it's a teen novel too. So like it wasn't just a TV show, like they created this series from a teen novel, like like a high schooler book, and they had a bunch of stories in it. So I'm like, oh, that's so cool. Which I really wanted. Like I remember back in the day, I'm like, oh, I want to go back and read all these, but I never did. I never went and bought them back. But freaking Roswell is amazing freaking show because like obviously like I'm in the haunted basement studio, right? I'm haunted, right? So like what do you think I like? It's so much cooler, to believe into like the unknown, the paranormal. It's so much cooler to believe in that stuff than to not believe in it. And so like aliens crashed down in 1947 in Roswell, New Mexico, and like uh these 3 kids, like we actually find out there's 4 of them, but like in the beginning there's 3 of them. They're in like these incubators, right? And like they don't hatch until like years later, years after the 47 crash. And when they come out, they're like, well, it's 6 years old. And then they start walking down the street, and 2 of them, which is Max and Isabel, they get adopted by a family. And Michael, he got incubated. He hatched a little bit later on, like maybe we're talking like a half a day later. And so like he gets put into the foster system, so he has to go through the foster system but all 3 of them are like siblings. And so Max and Isabel get to live their life with a great foster parents. And that's what's cool about it, because it brings a lot of like human reality in this, like love, like as a parent, like, oh, I can't have kids, and so I can like adopt a brother and sister and like bring them up as a family. And so Max and Isabel got brought up as a family, with their foster parents, with love and everything that happens with it. But Michael, he's brought up as a foster kid, and he's not getting that love. I'm not saying that there's nothing, like there is great foster families out there, but like there's a lot that's not. And so like but they know that they're together, and they know that all 3 of them are aliens, and they all like belong together, and they all have these superpowers. And then like one day, like freaking Max is at the Crash Down, and it's the Crash Down Cafe, and like he's like infatuated with Liz. Man, Liz is smoking hot, right, man? We're talking about Cherie Apogel right here, man. And like she, they're because every year they have like a convention there in Roswell because everybody, like in real life, I mean, like, everybody believes that an alien craft got, it didn't get shot down, but it came down in the outskirts of Roswell. And so like you get this alien convention where a bunch of enthusiasts, which is like me, that believe in UFOs and all that stuff, they go there because this is like the infamous freaking story of the United States with aliens. So it like ties in real life and like, let's make a story around it. And so freaking Max is in there in the Crash Down, eating some pie, and then like a fight gets, a fight happens in the Crash Down and where Liz actually gets shot. And Max has the ability to freaking heal people. Like, cause like later on in the series, like when he was a kid, a bird runs into the window like they always do. And like he goes out there and he heals the bird and the bird goes flying away. And so like Liz gets shot. She's like freaking holding her shoulder, like stomach, right? And like blood's coming out of it. And he goes over there and he like puts his hand on her freaking stomach and he like takes the freaking bullet out of her. And like when he does that, like his like, when you die, like people say like your whole life flashes in front of you. And like he sees her whole life like flash in front of him, and like she sees his whole life flash in front of her, and so they become freaking connected. And it's like, and then like he pulls his hand away, and the bullet shot is gone. It's gone. He took the bullet out of her, and so he grabs a ketchup bottle and he like smashes it, and he pours ketchup on her, and he says, "If anything that says it was just ketchup, nothing hit you." And like that's where the story goes out because like the sheriff is like maybe this like did she really get shot? Because he finds her dress and there's a bullet hole in it. And that's where the whole story goes. But the whole story and the whole series goes where it's like it's the love between Liz and Max because that connection that they had at that crash down when she got shot. And it's like, it's a great freaking love story because they're so connected to each other and they love each other so much, but they can't be together because he's a freaking alien. And if anybody finds out, the government's going to want to come and freaking autopsy him. So that's what makes the series so great. They had 3 series. Gotta end it right. That's the story. So I can talk an hour, 3 hours about this. But so the whole series is about, them trying to evade them not getting like the government finding out that there are actually aliens. And so like, and Liz has this secret and then she has friends and she's like a teenager and like, obviously she's got to tell her friend like Maria's hot as hell too. And like great singer. And so like, and you even got Colin Hanks's kid in this. Colin, what's his, I can't remember. But yeah, Colin Hanks's kids in this. Alex, that's his name in the series. So like, they're all trying to hold a secret from the government and from the law, and which was made it amazing. And I think they really could have made it more than 3 seasons because every season went shorter and shorter on the episodes. We had less and less episodes, and even like in the commentary, because Jason Campus is the showrunner of this, and like his commentary at the end is like, "I'll see you in the movies." Like he just like hinted that maybe there'd be a movie of this, but there never was. But all these actors, Brandon Furr, freaking that played Michael, like I said, Shree Appleby, and Brandon
There's
Burr.
Jason Burr and
Jason Burr. There you go.
Brendan Furr, and Brendan Furr was Todd's brother in Final Destination 1.
Yes, exactly, yeah. So I know I probably got the names mixed up a little bit, but yeah, amazing freaking series. I've rewatched this thing so many times, and I'm so glad that I can like rewatch it with my daughter and show her it. It's so cool. And but man, where they ended, like how they ended with like the final episode, it was like anything's possible. It's like it was so uplifting because, like, yeah, we know the show was ending, but it was like, no, go live your life, go be who you're going to be. You know, that's what, like, this whole world is yours for the taking, and go do it. Go be happy if you want to do this, you want to do that. So it was really uplifting on the final episode, what it really meant, even though it ended. Like, I wanted to see more of these characters, but it was telling you, the viewer, to go live your life and make it your own life. That's what I loved about it.
Nice. So, before we move on, two things. One of my favorite episodes is when they meet the New York doppelgangers.
Yes. Okay. Yep. Perfect. That's
Love
a
that one.
great episode.
And also, you got William Sadler as the sheriff. And
Yes,
speaking
I
of
forgot.
sheriff,
Amazing.
Fable
Oh,
Station, brother.
Happened
Hey,
to
can you
Fable.
guys hear me?
Yeah.
very great. Very great, man.
What's going on, guys?
Hey,
Nothing
Fable.
much,
Yeah,
man.
dude,
How
I
you doing?
totally forgot William Sadler, dude. Fucking as the sheriff. Hell yeah, dude. That's all I gotta say, dude. And you even get Grey's Anatomy, as she comes up being Grey's, right? Anatomy. I don't even watch that show, but yeah, dude. And Knocked Up, man, right?
Yeah.
Hell
Catherine
yeah.
Heigl. Yeah.
Yeah, Katherine Heigl.
Well,
Yeah.
Fable, you just had a show last night, brother. How'd that go? I got it on my rewatch list.
Oh, we did pretty good. We had Greg Bearded Comic Bro on. Came to
Yeah.
hang out with us. And we, normal Friday night talking shit. I mean, I was kind of embarrassed because there wasn't much news. We cover the news in pop culture, and there wasn't much. We had the Predator trailer and stuff like that.
Mm-hmm.
But Greg is like, he's a real comic book guy. He
Oh,
interviews like creators, and
yeah.
he's interviewing freaking what's his name, Brian Michael Bendis,
Yeah.
pretty soon. And here I am talking about the Predator and the Marvel swimsuit issue.
Hey, man. Fable, no shame, brother. No shame. Your shows are always fun to watch, too. I mean, I've been
Thank
watching
you, thank you.
Bearded for a while, dude, and he's one of those guys. Like, I was able to get him on the show before too, and it's just like, dude, I love that guy. Like, you want to talk about a comic fan, dude? Bearded is Bearded is great.
I'm
Bearded
lucky
is
there
great.
wasn't any news about Dick Tracy, because then we wouldn't get
Well,
him to shut up.
I'm telling you, I want to have him and Kyle on a show and just talk Dick Tracy the whole time. So let me ask you, Fable, since you're hopping in here, is there, and it doesn't have to just be a TV show or a comic based TV show, is there a comic or a TV series that you thought like was canceled too soon, or were there some that you think weren't canceled soon enough?
Um, on the comic side, I would say Savage Avengers. I don't know if you guys have ever read Savage Avengers from Marvel.
Mm-mm.
Um, it was pitched as like an Avengers team full of like villains and stuff like that. Like Venom is in it, and a few other guys. Wolverine is in it. But what it really was a Conan book. Like, what if Conan was in modern times? You know what I mean? And he interacted with the modern 616. And it was
Huh.
so good. It was so hilarious. And it had a like a renumbering, but they brought in a new writer, and it wasn't as good as before. Jim Duggan wrote the first series. It was excellent. It was
Yeah.
excellent. I some of the craziest stuff that really should have had that Max series logo on it was happening in that book.
Oh
They
God.
didn't they
Nice.
didn't warn anybody. Like I'll give you a quick instance if you guys haven't read it. As soon as you open one of the issues, Doctor Strange and Elektra are having sex in midair. Like,
Sounds like
like
mine.
what the hell
Sounds
is
like a
going
good
on here?
time.
Savage Avengers, you say?
Savage Avengers. Yeah, it's sick. It's
Add
a
that
great book.
add that to the list.
Um,
Then.
and as far as series is concerned, uh, a series that I absolutely love, television series, was Battlestar Galactica. I don't know if you guys have ever watched Battlestar Galactica on Sci-Fi Channel, but It only went 4 seasons, but it was absolutely phenomenal. Like one of the best science fiction shows I have ever seen in my life. And it was so good that by the time they got to the fourth season, like sci-fi didn't know what it had, you know what I mean? But
Hmm.
it got to the fourth season and the actors started getting nominated for Emmys.
Wow.
Um, but they cut it, I guess, prematurely. Edward James Olmos is the lead actor in that show. He was phenomenal. And it was just so good because it dealt with that whole like it makes religion like you thought it was just about space and spaceships and shit like that, but it really wasn't. It was about the human condition, and it just happened to take place in space with robots. You know what I'm saying? It's one of those shows.
Did you ever watch
Um,
the original?
yes, of course,
Yeah.
yeah, yeah. But this take is, woo, it was
Yeah.
so good. And then it got canceled. Then they did a prequel series, for one season with what's his face, the guy who played Mask. You remember that movie Mask?
Eric Stoltz.
Eric Stoltz. He was the lead on that series. It was a prequel series. And that shit
Eric
got
Stoltz.
canceled after one season, and it was so freaking good also.
Yeah.
Um, but yeah, it was just ended too early. And it was the showrunner for the show was the guy, I forgot his name, but he was the guy who did Star Trek The Next Generation. I don't know if you guys are fans of Star Trek The Next Generation, but the showrunner for that show, what made Star Trek: The Next Generation so good was this one showrunner guy that came on, and that's the show he did after Next Generation ended was Battlestar Galactica.
Huh.
Fantastic. I recommend it to anybody, man. If you love science fiction, if you love like really deep allegories and shit like that,
Mhm.
man, fantastic.
Sci-fi is one of those channels that, man, they make me so mad. I think they had that the what was it? They had Warehouse 13, which
Yeah,
was
I remember that.
amazing. They had Eureka, which I really liked.
Yeah.
They did Happy with
Yeah.
Christopher Maloney.
They
Yep.
had a good run of shows from the early 2000s to the mid
Yeah.
2000s. Alphas. Have you ever seen Alphas?
Yeah. Yep.
That's basically like freaking X-Men.
Yeah.
It was awesome, man. And then they canceled that one. I don't know.
Don't forget Sharknado. They stopped after like 6 movies.
Yeah. Didn't go long enough. Did not go long enough.
Yeah. Let's see. So here's one that as soon as Nope sent this picture, my brain immediately went to the girl's toy for it.
Uh,
Dragonflies.
Mm.
Am I the
The
only one that
reason,
ever watched this show?
the
I've
reason
never even heard
being
of that
is
show.
my sister had one. She got one of the fairy ones for Christmas, and I got in trouble because I would take it outside and shoot it over the fence. So that's how I remember them. I remember the fairy version of this, but I
But
remember
it
the
wasn't the
show
same
vaguely.
thing.
No, I remember the show very vaguely though. Like,
Yeah, it was very short. Like I feel like you got a VHS with a toy if you bought it or something like that. But yeah, I just thought it was funny when I think Eddie mentioned cartoons earlier, and this just instantly popped in my head after Mighty Ducks.
that one's on here later, man, because I was so about that Mighty Ducks cartoon.
Mhm.
Uh, this one I believe is something I heard from you and Ed. This next one, tell me a little bit
Oh yeah.
about this.
Damn, that's
Well, this
sexy.
was something that was on Kickstarter, and he was on SketchUp a few weeks ago. It was Les Garner, and then I can't remember if Mike Wheeler was the writer or if he was just running the Kickstarter campaign. But it was supposed to be about the Bride of Frankenstein, and she's got the urge to just wreak havoc and violence and all that stuff, and apparently the blood of a vampire was supposed to cure that, as if instead of being turned into a vampire, it was just supposed to cure that rage. And so she was supposed to seek that out, and that was essentially the premise of the story. I mean, with some more, but I can't remember all the details. But yeah, the art looked awesome for this.
I jumped in on this within like an hour after it released. I had myself set to get pinged when it went, because if you were one of the first in like 2 hours, you were going to get a special edition. I was so geek for this, and then when Nope told me it was canceled, I was like, "You've got to be kidding!" Because they made their goal, they quadrupled their goal within like a
Serious?
week,
Fuck.
and then we just got. It was supposed to. I think it was supposed to end today or tomorrow, or was
I think it had 8 days to go as of
Was it 8?
yesterday. Yeah,
Okay.
but
But
the
it
funny
had
thing
already
is-
met everything. And then Nope said he got an email, and I ran out and checked, and sure enough, it says canceled. So I reached out to Mike Wheeler, and he's like, I can't say anything more than what I did in my statement release. So I said, where'd you make your statement? And it was on the Kickstarter. So I went to the Kickstarter and clicked on the update. And from what it sounds like is there was pissing and moaning and groaning between author, writer, publisher, whatever. And they decided that in their angst and anger to say to hell with it and let it go. And I was like, God, but it sounded so good. The Bride of Frankenstein and the vampires, and it's like, that screams my name.
This thing looks amazing. What are they doing?
Yeah, this cover is amazing.
And like Nope said, the art looked great too.
Yeah, I have a little bit of it actually. Because I wound up buying. I bought that sketch that Les was doing for it, and then that's what made me want to get it. All the talk of the series, and then I went ahead and just got this. Let's switch cameras here. Try and get wires out of the way.
The flag of Switzerland?
Oh, is that what that is?
I don't know. It's a flag for somebody. It just popped in.
Spin this around.
Oh my God, it's the ring.
Oh, wow. Damn, dude.
Les did that? Yeah.
Yeah.
That's
He
awesome.
did that on SketchUp.
That's amazing.
Is that the one with her in the archway?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Holy
Can you
crap,
see it,
dude,
Eddie,
that
or
thing's
do I need to turn on that light?
No, I can't, but I've seen it before.
Okay. But yeah, I mean, it's got so much detail.
That's gorgeous, dude.
All of the
That
to
is
it.
amazing.
Les Garner, if y'all haven't checked out his artwork, man, he does a lot of projects with Dirk Manning too.
Okay.
And he's been on the Experience a couple of times. Not only SketchUp, I believe he was on Wonderland one time doing a Wolverine sketch. It was really, really good. This
That
looks
thing's great.
phenomenal.
There are very few comics that haven't come out yet that I look forward to, and I have been looking forward to this one ever since Mike Wheeler first posted his little intro about it on Facebook. And I signed up immediately to be notified, and I was so geeked for this book. And my heart just blew when Nope told me it was canceled. I thought he was pulling my leg at first. But no, they canceled it.
It was a joke. Because Bad Bug likes to play jokes like that.
Your
like
mic's
April
going
Fools,
out.
They
Nope.
got me. I had to read half of it. Fired. Is it?
Your mic's going out for me. I only caught about half of that. But it could just be me. Anybody else have audio?
It cut just a second.
Okay.
Yeah, I can hear it fine.
Oh.
Yeah. When Bagbug said Jerome took over and Mike was fired for April Fool's Day, yeah.
Yeah, I was like, whoa, what happened?
That's a great piece. Man, you got a stack there. You weren't joking.
I see that stack behind you.
Oh,
What's going
yeah.
on? You got a channel, dude? What the hell?
That's only half of it. No, not yet. I was telling Jay, I've been meaning to do a video of unboxing all of that, but procrastination's my specialty.
Yes.
So
yeah. It'll happen. You know what else is gonna happen pretty soon?
it'll happen.
Is this right here.
Here it comes.
Every
Let's
show,
go.
Ed, every show I'm going to do it. So just know it. Just know it.
I have a specific set of skills. I will find you.
You do have a good set of skills. You're the one that made the song for our intro.
Oh, who did you say like that?
Rich on the
My
Geek Chat.
boyfriend?
No, not that one, but I'm pretty sure if he saw it, he'd know it too.
No, that's Rich Davis on Tuesday. No, you're thinking bearded
Oh, I didn't even.
on Thursday.
I was on there, but I must have missed it. I didn't hear
Yeah,
that.
he was telling Des how he watched us on Friday doing the Superman Day show on the
Oh, that's
Experience.
cool.
That was really
And
cool.
that's how he found out the name was Hydrasylum. So
Oh, okay.
he goes, they have a really great interest. And I was like, Ed made that for us. I made sure to shout you out on that.
Well,
Yeah,
want
you
everybody
made
to
the
know-
video part. The
Right,
video
but
part's the cool part, dude.
I wouldn't have had the video part without that awesome intro music. So
Well, you're welcome. I had fun making it. I still
Yeah.
can't decide on one for me, and I just need to let it go. I'm still
Yeah.
screwing around with it.
I know it happens, but folks, the link to that is in the chat. No, there is nothing there yet. But
Well, actually, there is some stuff there, but it's boring.
well, you did some posts and you reshared some videos so far, right?
Yeah, I'm just trying to learn how to do it.
Yeah. So, there's my wife.
It's not hard. Just do it. And next thing I know, I got like probably, I don't know, 800 videos between two channels. So
Me thinks, me sees a Jenna.
Oh goodness.
Jenna accidentally broke something, so she was bringing it to the J.
You broke it. You bought it.
I did buy it.
Love you. Be careful.
I will be right back.
Okay.
I love you too, but you shouldn't say that in front of your wife. Jeez.
Oh,
And I love you too, Ed.
Oh, okay. Shh. Jay's here. Stop it.
anyway, make sure you sub up to Ed when he does have stuff going. It's some of the ideas he's had. I can't wait. It's going to be a great channel. It might not have the same name. I know, Ed, you've been
Yeah,
working on that.
I mess with stuff. I'm too much of a perfectionist when it comes to my own stuff.
Yeah.
I'll change it 25 times until I finally just say, knock it off, throw it out there, and see what happens.
Yeah. Same way. So,
Laugh it up, Nope. Laugh it up.
I'm laughing with you.
Yeah,
not
I
at
hear
you.
you.
here's what I told Nope the other day when he was like, I gotta cut the grass. Right? 6 hours later, I think he finally went and cut the grass.
He cut the grass, all right.
I said, man, you cut the grass, grab your boxes, record some videos. You don't have to upload them, just record them, just to kind of get a feel for it. And when you do decide you're going to upload stuff, record a whole bunch of stuff first and just upload a whole bunch of stuff at one time.
well, yeah, you want to go ahead and do at least, I would say at least do 3 videos at once, like get them all up. If you're going to start your channel, don't just do 1, get 3 to shit. If you can do 5, but at least 3, because then like if somebody's going to watch that first video and like, oh, okay, I like this video, and they go, look, what's next? There's nothing there. That's fucked up. So what you want to do is like at least have 3, and like, oh, they like it, then you can at least watch, oh man, I want to watch this next video, and watch 3 of them. Oh, he's brand new. You got 3 videos out there, and just go from there. Like, don't be afraid, just do it. And like, I mean, I freaking like what I do is like, to me and like to my wife is absolutely insane. Like, I treat this like a business, and like I don't even get that many views. Like I'll get like shit. I got a Vampirilla video that's got like 25,000 views. I do, but like then I have videos that only have like 50 views, and but like it doesn't. I don't stop. I just keep going. I mean, YouTube is an up and down game. Like it is really like you can't let it get to you, because it can really you can spend fucking hours on videos and it gets nothing. And like you can like, and some videos will get like crazy views. So you can't really look at it. You got to really look at it as a long game. You got to look at it as something that you want to do, and it's got to be like fun for you. Because if it's not fun for you, then why do it? Like I don't look at it like I'm not monetized. I'm pretty close to getting monetized, but I'm not monetized. And like I still will do what I do just because I love what I do. And like if it gets 1 view or if it gets 25,000 views, great. Of course I want the 25,000 views, but like, it doesn't always work that way. But you got to be true to yourself. You got to be who you are and be excited about what you're doing, because if you're not, it's not going to really come out on camera. It's not when you record a video, if you're not having fun doing it, is definitely going to show. And you want to be able to do it, to have fun. If that's what you want to do, who gives a bleep if you only get 50 views, if you only get 10 views? If you had super fun making that video, then you had super fun making that video. That's all that it matters. And keep doing it. Will
Repetition.
repetition will
Consistency.
consistency and
Consistency
will
over
make it better
quality.
for you, and you'll get better with it, because I can look at like one of my old videos where I'm like sitting there looking at my phone and I'm looking down at it like this, talking to it, to where I actually have a damn freaking mic and a computer and software and everything where I can edit stuff down. Like your first video is going to suck. It will. I mean, that's just how it is. And you're going to get better and better and better from it. The only way to get better and better from it is to do it. And so, like, if you have the passion, you want to do it. What I'm trying to tell, like, this is like a motivation speech for y'all. Fucking do it. Do it, man. Like, seriously, if you want to do it, you have to start now. Don't start freaking, I'm going to start next week. No, you do it right now, and you just keep on doing it and you keep on doing it. And who gives a shit, right? Because if it makes you happy, that makes you happy. If it doesn't go anywhere, it doesn't go anywhere. That's fine. But as long as you're happy doing it, then you can look forward to doing something. And that's where I'm at. So I'm like I know a lot about YouTube and like all about like how it kind of works. And I try to put everything into my videos. So if any of you guys need like help and you don't know what to do, you can always contact me, and I would love to talk to you about your channel and how to help you out. Even though like I'm not monetized, but like I know a lot about YouTube, I can definitely give you some pointers. So you can always reach out to me and I'll definitely give you all the advice that I can, because like I know extremely a lot about YouTube. Even though I'm not monetized, I don't care. I know a lot about channels and stuff and try to help you out. Thumbnails, descriptions, freaking titles, everything. So like, sorry, I'm just on my high horse right now,
No,
but
dude, you're
Uh,
good.
uh,
You're good.
All
You're
right,
good.
Jay. Well, have a good show, and I'll see you later because he said I gotta go now. So I'm gonna go now.
do it.
And
Gotta get on it
Get
now.
on it, man.
Got work to do.
Want to say what's up to Eric there, 9 Panel Grid. He does an awesome show with Stu from Dr. Doom's fan club, which let me grab his link too. I put 9 Panel's link in the chat there, along with Triple B's, and I know I got Stu's here somewhere. They do Ink and Insights. They flip flop between their channels on when they do it. 9 Panel does some awesome comic book reviews. Plus, he might help Phable out every once in a while, I believe.
Yeah, he's the executive producer of my live show.
Yeah,
Nice.
that's why they look so good. Yeah, man, that's great advice. I want to say a huge shout out to you, Triple B. You're 15 away from 400 subs on the Haunted Basement channel, and
Thank you.
another huge shout out to Phable there. I want to say just out of nowhere, man, y'all hit the 400 mark, and then now you're like 439.
Nice.
So
Nice.
congrats on that, boss. That was
Yeah.
awesome to see. It's always awesome to see, channels that I'm a fan of like start getting the recognition, because there's a reason I'm a fan of y'all's. Y'all make
Oh,
good
thank you.
stuff.
Yeah, I
So,
mean, what Triple B said is totally true. Somebody once told me consistency over quality. So, like, you might not have the best camera, you might not have the best microphone, you might not have the best lighting situation, whatever the case may be. Just do it. Just
Yep.
have fun, like Triple B says, and all of that stuff will come with time, and you will get better with time. And Ed, I mean, you got a great personality, dude. There's no doubt in my mind that if you just keep doing it, man, you'll be all right.
I
Give me that
appreciate that.
faces vibration look right there. You're like,
Yeah, and
I haven't had a chance to talk to you, Fable, but when you and Robbie were doing the shoot on each other, and for the whole, oh my God, you have no idea how many IMs I was getting. What is going on? What? And I was sitting here, I'm like, they're pissed. Can't you tell? Watch. I was laughing so hard,
Bull,
dude.
Bullseye Bob walked into the chat. He's like, "What the fuck is going on here? What's happening?" He's like, "Well, you have problems with Fable? Like, I can't handle this kind of stuff." It's like, Robbie's like, "No, no, no, it's a bit. It's a bit.
okay.
We're turning heel because of WrestleMania.
It
John
was
Cena just
great.
turned heel, so
yeah,
we're all turning heel. I turned heel on him. He turned heel on me, and we're just doing
Y-
this
You
stupid
guys
WWE
nailed it.
stuff."
And I really, if I hadn't known better, Robbie had, oh my God, he was like,
His was
he's the best
overrated.
acting pissed
He's
I've ever
overrated.
seen, dude. I
yeah,
was like,
he's great.
damn.
And K-pop said it best. Stream because you like it, and K-pop would know.
Yes.
Like, I don't know if y'all have ever checked out K-pop's channel, but
Oh, yes.
she kind of lives in streams, and I don't mean that in a bad way. I mean, you have a lot of streams, so you're always fun to watch.
She keeps it real for sure.
Oh
Love
yeah,
K-pop.
really enjoy watching her interviews and stuff. Okay, so the next one I got on here, getting back to this, I
Oh,
don't think this
we have
is-
something over. What are we talking about again? Shit, I forgot
yeah,
about.
like I said, man, I have topics, but I always love going into tangents with folks on things. This is a show I don't necessarily think it was canceled too soon or went too long. I think it was like just the right amount. That was Gotham.
Oh yeah.
Now Gotham got weird. I'm gonna go ahead and say that it did get weird. So basically, this originally was supposed to be Jim Gordon. It was supposed to be Jim Gordon's story at first. They were like, "There's not going to be Batman." And David Mazouz, I believe his name was the young man who played Bruce Wayne. Fantastic actor for the age that they brought him in on this show. So it was kind of like police thing set in the DC universe, and then you got Donald Logue as Harvey Bullock. He was one of my favorite characters in the show. On top of Riddler, Penguin, Jeremiah, and Jerome Velasco, the guy who played those twin brothers, fantastic. This is also the show that Anthony Kerrigan, who is going to be playing Metamorpho, he was Victor Zaz on this show. And his Zaz in this show was better than any Zaz I've seen in live action. His
Interesting.
Zaz, his Zaz was great. So this was a show, like I said, it starts getting a little weird, but it's still a fun show. It gets really fantastical in points. You have introduction of Venom, like the drug Venom. You have they have Mr. Freeze. They have those characters. You have Poison Ivy, who at first very young girl. She's replaced by two other actresses though because something happens to her. They age her up. Second actress, wow. And then the third one that ended up ending it, I think she played Golden Glider on Flash at one point. Then you have, and her name isn't Carmen, it's Cameron Bio Bio Bio. Oh, Jesus, I just had the freaking name. I hate when I do that. I hate when I do that. But she was a young Selena Kyle. I thought she did a fantastic job. Um, this was a show that if you hadn't watched it, I would tell people much like uh, Bykondova was her last name, Cameron Bykondova. If you hadn't watched it, give it a shot, man. It's weird, but it's just a fun show. It's fun, and when you get to the Jeremiah and Jerome parts of it, bro, the Cameron Monaghan,
Monahan.
who plays those twin
Hmm.
brothers, bro, you want to talk about a master class in crazy and just fantastic acting. It's what he does with those characters. Like he doesn't come till later in the seasons. But man, when you get there, just those episodes alone are fantastic. Abs- yes, absolutely. Absolutely, Eric. He's so underrated. Loved him in Blade. There's another show that Nope reminded me of that later on we're going to be talking about that I really, really dug. The sitcom he was on. Um, let's see. You want to know something, K-pop? In full honesty, I am extremely socially anxiety, and for some reason, doing stuff like that's why I trip on my words sometimes. Is my brain moves very fast, but my mouth doesn't. Um, it's usually nerves, but I'm less nervous when I'm doing these shows. Like I don't feel that having y'all on. Like my anxiety's kind of just hanging out and talking. Ooh, ham and pineapple pizza in the fridge. Yes, but
No
yeah,
thanks.
I'm always nervous, dude.
yeah,
Every single time I press that live button, I get nervous all
Mm.
the time. But you know what? It's a way of me facing my nerves, and the nerves kind of fuel me to you know go or don't go at all. You know what I mean? Like you
yeah.
press that button, now it's time. You can't back down. You got to do it.
Hmm.
And it's
Well,
a
if
way
you
of me
have
of
nerves,
facing
it
that.
doesn't show, brother. It doesn't
Oh,
show at
thank you.
all.
Let me tell you, out of all the people in the crew, I was the most reluctant one to get in front of a camera. I hate being in front of cameras. I hate it so much that I don't have a lot of childhood pictures of me because, which I regret, you know what I mean? Being that way, but
Yeah.
that's the way I am. And just everybody just started doing it and everybody's like, yeah, you should do it too. And whatever. And I did. And, it kind of worked out, but yeah, man, woof, this was not my thing. I never imagined I'd be doing shows with people and doing my own thing and all that other stuff when I started.
Yeah, but much like how I feel, you got a great group of people that you stream with, and I'm not just talking about when you're on Robbie's channel. When you're doing your Friday show, I may not comment on all those people's videos like Taki and all them, but I know who they are, and they've always seemed like really good people to be around.
Yeah.
So, like
Yeah,
I
they're a
said,
good group, man. Nick, Stu, Eric, uh, all these guys, Herm, Taki, of course, everybody knows Robbie.
hmm
Yeah, we all, I knew those guys before they started doing anything, you know what I mean? And it's just been amazing to watch people like Nick go to 4,000. I don't know where he's at now, 5, 6,000
yeah,
subs
he's
right
up
now.
there.
Eric
He's
is
up
blowing up. Stu just hit 1,000 subs.
Yeah,
And it's just like I always knew they had it in them, So it's just really cool to see that working out for them.
yeah,
Amazing.
and just having brother Joe sing in front of your shows, man. That I don't know where that bit came from, but that's genius.
Brother Joe loves to sing. That's where it came from. Every time he talks to us, he's like, "Gentlemen," and then he sings a Beatles song. And then after the Beatles song, he goes, "That's the Beatles." Like we know Brother Joe. So it's just like, man, we gotta, I don't think he's ever gonna do his own kind of thing. So that's a way for him to, be on the shows and do what he does best.
Yeah,
That WrestleMania show was great. I couldn't believe you guys did over 2 hours on just
Oh
the
my
first night.
God.
I was
Just
like,
just night one, right?
and then
That
you
that
got to
was
like speed through night two, and night two is actually better in some parts.
yeah, we didn't think about that too well. We really did not think about that. But yeah, no,
That
that was
was
a lot of
great.
fun. Glad that we could get some wrestling in there because there's a lot of overlap in our world, right? Like
yeah,
wrestling, people who like sci-fi, people love comics, people love toys.
yep.
And I love all of that stuff. So I like to talk about it all.
Yeah, yeah, Eric. I heard I've heard rumors that he does. Karaoke legend, yeah, 100%. That's awesome. Like, it, I have the PCP link in the description of the video. So if anybody, like, for some reason, if there's anybody here that hasn't
Who's that?
subbed up to PCP,
Yeah, who's that?
Robbie.
Robbie.
he knows.
Come on now. Yeah, Robbie
Don't
kills it, dude.
Yeah,
don't search that. Just PCP.
yeah.
You might not get
Man, last
what
time I
you're
did
looking
that,
for.
dude, I like ended up like freaking naked on the side of a building.
The link to Pop Culture Philosophers is in the
Right.
description. Make sure you check that out. Check out that WrestleMania. Check out the movie nights, man. Let me tell you something. I gotta brag on these movie nights. They may not be the most watched thing that Robbie does on his channel sometimes, as far as like live viewers, but those are some of the funnest times. Like, just I love everybody on the panel. But when it's a movie nobody likes and it's Jelani or it's Joe on there,
Yeah, they're cool.
those are some of the best. Those are some of the best. Like, Jelani kills me, man.
Oh, he kills me too. That's
Yeah.
ass. It's ass. It's
Yeah.
nothing but ass. And I'm rolling. I'm like, oh my God, I can't breathe. I got to mute him for a minute.
F the police. F the police.
Yeah.
Like, F the police. F
Oh,
the
when he
police.
said F the Flintstones, I about pissed my pants. F you, Flintstones, and your stupid song. I don't need to hear your damn theme song 20. I'm just dying. I'm like, oh my
We
God.
gotta mute this guy. He's gonna get us in trouble. I love Jelani. He's the best, man.
Yeah. The whole crew over there is awesome. And if you're not watching the movie nights on Mondays, I'm gonna have to start watching those on Rewind, because now we have a show in between. It's not on the Experience; it's on the Comic Book Shopping Network. So we got the comic collectibles. Then you have Robbie's show, and during that time with Robbie's show, Kyle and I are doing the CBSN show. So,
Yeah, you guys are killing it, man. You guys are killing it.
oh,
You're
we
doing a
got
lot
more,
of
Doing your
work,
thing,
man.
man.
A lot of work.
yeah, we got more coming. There's more in the pipeline. A lot of
I
lot
gotta
of
keep my mouth
exciting
shut
stuff.
about that, right?
Yeah, we can't talk about a lot of that stuff right now.
Well, yeah, I know, but no, you guys are doing a great job. I mean, your shows, like, I do like. I really like what Rich and the
Des,
Geek Chat. What's
Rich
his
and
name again?
Des.
Yeah, yeah, Des. And I mean, dude, like, they crush it. And like, I know because like I remember watching them earlier when you guys first brought them on, and they've been doing pretty much the same show for like years. I mean, like a long time ago. And then they stopped, and then they came back, and you guys brought them on, and like, I love their knowledge, and I love how they talk about X-Men. They have so much good knowledge on it. It's great. And then but Minute to Skim It is always fun, because I'm looking at new comic books that are coming out like that week. And what I do is, like, I wanted to show off like the covers, right? But you guys are actually like talking about what's in those covers of the books. And so it's like, oh, yeah, so it gives me a little bit of knowledge. I'm like, oh, I have this one like planned on, showing the cover off. I don't know what it's about, but Minute Skim It will go ahead and tell me what it's about. So I'm like, okay, I'll put that in my brain. So when I do my show, I can be like, okay, yeah, this is what this is kind of about. So yeah, but I've been watching Minute to Skim It since you guys probably first started that, about 3 years ago, maybe. So yeah, it's been great. I would love to come on Minute to Skim It one day and help you guys out with that.
I think there's going to be some opportunities for stuff like that. Like, that part I can say. Might be some
Yeah.
opportunities where we bring on some folks to do Minute to Skip It, because Kyle and I, being the only producers right now,
Yeah.
it's harder for us to have to read books and be on the show at the same time. So we've been kind of, now that she's got Shanice there with her, we've been kind of thinking,
She's great too. Then, like, Shanice is
yeah.
awesome. I'm so glad to see her back. I mean, even back in the day, your wife, was doing it, and she did a great job, and her enthusiasm on it, on all those books was amazing. And I'm pretty sure she's busy, but yeah, like, get me and Castle on there. That'd be pretty cool.
Yeah.
She was so rude. She wouldn't even read the name of the comics.
Mhm.
You mean 8 times? You forgot to say that part. She wouldn't read the name of the comic 8 times that was like anime style.
Her and Alfie were great. I had so much fun with you and Jenna and Alfie on that show. Oh my god, it was so
Yeah.
much fun.
Like I said, big things on the horizon there. They're steadily growing it. You know, Nick's art show on Friday is another fun one. Like I'm so biased towards the shows because I honestly can say I love everyone I work with. I've had the pleasure of working every single show,
hmm
so I can tell you I love all the people on there. I think that the Geek Chat has been a very underrated show,
it's
kind of
amazing.
like Dan Wickline. When we
Yeah.
had Dan on, Dan was such an underrated channel. It was such an underrated show that we had on the channel.
hmm
And then, you know, we had Friday Night Live with Nancy. When I first started working that show, it was kind of slow for 2 hours. But that's another show that
They're
will
so
start
funny. Yeah,
these
they're
numbers.
funny as hell. Like
Yeah, and
Nancy
then
and them, they're funny, dude.
yeah, like it's a oh, what's up, Sean? Cancel too soon
Who's
was
Sean?
terrible Constantine. Oh, Sean, that's a good one.
Who's Sean?
Sean,
Oh
And
no,
so,
Sean! No, now I know who you are. I'm just playing.
that
I'm
one.
just playing big brother, dude. Love you, Sean. I love you, dude. Were you on break right now? You in your car?
Yeah, hopefully we'll have a couple shows with him in May. Like that's when he'll be back because of his schedule. But
Yeah, he's a busy
Constantine
man.
is a good one. Constantine, I think that was for us in Texas. It was on NBC, which is like Channel 2 for us. The fact that they kept using Matt Ryan and other things should tell you how great he was at playing the character. Like
yeah,
when they canceled Constantine, he went to Legends of Tomorrow. He had been on the other shows. He voiced Constantine in some of the DC animated stuff. Like the guy was amazing. And yes, that was a show to me that was canceled way too soon. I've been wanting a Hellblazer show for a long time, and we got that one. Hopefully, there's something in the works in the DCU. I'm hoping we get to see some characters we haven't seen on the big screen before.
Hey
So,
Jay,
good one. Yeah.
I got a comic book that I want to talk about that
Yeah.
got canceled maybe too soon. Because like honestly, I gotta go play like Jumanji with my kids right now, right after
Yeah.
this. So let me I'll talk about one more book and then I gotta bounce.
Yeah.
But
Absolutely.
it was called so Avengers Academy, right, came out, and like I was able to pick up number one from on Wednesday from Rex and Dynamite Forces.
Mhm.
So Avengers Academy introduced some characters, and I didn't buy any of those books, but I was like, oh, they have number one, so I bought number one from them for like $10. So I looked it up and like it's worth way more than $10. I was like, oh hell yeah. But what I started it was called Avengers Arena. So it took all these kid mutants from Avengers Academy and they put them in their second series, and it was by Dennis Hopeless was the writer. Kev Walker was the artist in it. And in this series, it had X-23 in it. And like for me, like I absolutely in love with X-23. I mean, I got NYX right there in a 9.4 in a slab. I mean, that thing's a $700 book right there. That's probably my most I love this fucking book right here, right there. Never read it because it's in the damn slab, but like I love that I own X-23 first appearance. And so she's in it, and there's all these other little mutants in it. It was a 10-issue run where with Arcade is like Arcade is, throws all these mutants on Murder Island pretty much, and like they have to kill each other, and like the last person wins. It's kind of like a Survivor one. And like I never knew who Arcade was, and apparently like now that I know, like he's he's always kind of done this, had like a murder world is what it was, a murder world where they put like everybody on an island or somewhere and they all have to kill each other and the last person wins. And I'm like, there's no way that X-23 is losing this because she cannot die, right? There's no way. But like how the story plays out is like, it's like, no, we gotta like not kill everybody. There are some people that get killed in that series. So but like it ends up where there's like a few of them that still live and then like they're able to like beat Arcade in his little game, right? And so, and then they had a second series called Avengers Underground, what is it? Undercover. And so the characters that were able to survive Murder World, some of them became villains. And so then you get another 10 issue arc. So between those two series, it was 20 issues, but then it ended, I'm not going to like go into spoilers and like, honestly, I probably can't remember it. I just thought that it was so cool that to have that kind of like story where it's like a survivor, you got to survive to win. The last person stands, but like, no, there's somebody that's pulling the strings, which is Arcade. And like, we got to like take over him. So it was super cool. And it only lasted like, and after the Avengers Undercover, so it was like 20 issues. So I don't even know if you want to really call like Avengers Academy like part of it. So maybe it was a 3-part series, but I think Dennis Hopeless, I don't think he wrote the first Avengers Academy, but he wrote, the first two of the Avengers, the last 20 issues of it, but then it ended and that was it. And there are some characters in it like Hazmat, which is I thought was amazing. She was like super toxic. She had like kind of like have to wear a suit because if she took off her suit, like you would like and you get close to her, then like you pretty much would die. Kind of like Rogue, but she had to wear a suit. And if like there were certain mutants that were immune to her, she can take off her suit and like of course she was like this sexy girl, right? But she has to wear this suit, and she takes it off, then you die. And so I thought like how I really want Hazmat. I want her to have like another series, and I haven't been able to see anything. And I think it probably I might be wrong, but maybe 2012 to 2015 is like when that series was. And we haven't seen anything from Hazmat since then. So I want Hazmat to have her own like series, her own story, because she's a sexy girl, but she has to wear a freaking suit around her because if not, you die. So that's a series I think that
She
ended.
was she was in she was in I want to say the Krakoan era, one
Oh,
of those
was she?
books.
Okay.
Yeah, I think she was in Hickman's X-Men, but it's not like she was featured or anything, but she
Yeah.
was part of
She
those
may have showed
books.
up in there, right?
Yeah.
Okay, that's
Hmm.
awesome, dude. I want her. Yeah, that'd be awesome. I have some of those Krakoa era issues, but I haven't read them. But like, just to have that character back would mean a lot to me, dude. That's so cool.
That's a
Okay,
video I've or live I got an idea for is characters that should have had their own series.
mhm.
Because
Mm.
there's a bunch of characters in indie comics that were side characters. You only see them once, and I was like, dude, I want a whole book on this
Yeah,
one character, especially ones when they're so well written. And they're like, man,
like the vamp, right?
dude,
The vamp is like amazing from Dynamite, and like uh Thomas Sangoski that and Janine Ashton that wrote her, and she only had a one shot, but she was in freaking Vampyverse. It's like let's get the vamp, her own series. And I know like you talked about like, hey, let's have Dan Wickline write it, but no, I know, but who created her was Tom Sangoski and Janine Ashton. Let's get her have her own like noir type series, 50s, Oh, it's amazing. And like her freaking power is like somebody dies, she can go and touch them. And like when she touches them, she can speak to their spirit, speak to their ghost, and like, hey, what did you do in your past life? They're like, I don't know what's going on here. I don't know. am I dead? Yes, you are dead. And if you want to move on to heaven, you need to tell me like whatever she needs to know because she's a detective. And so I think that would definitely work great for a whole series where, you know, she's trying to solve a freaking crime or whatever. Because, dude, I mean, crime dramas are amazing. You know, murder dramas are amazing. So let's have a cool drama series where like she finds like a witness they're dead, but she can go and talk to their ghost, and then she can get another freaking clue on whoever killed them or whoever killed on the case, whoever is the main suspect on the case. And that would be so cool. So there you go, Jay. I love that. The fan.
I'm in agreement with you there, dude. And yes, Ed, Dan needs to write Reacher comics. I would love some Reacher graphic novels. And
Yes.
Lorena, if there's anybody that can answer Lorena, because I got to be honest, man, I haven't read X-Men or anything in I don't know how many years. Like I'm missing. I read
It
a lot
could
of
be.
older Marvel stuff, but is Avengers Arena like an homage to Battle Royale?
That sounds that it could be, man. Lorena, I'm gonna have to look that up. But yeah, I love that series, and so like anything that I can go off of what that series was, I'm gonna have to look at it. Battle Royale, sweet.
Awesome movie. Like I know the movie, I just don't know the
Yeah,
comic.
same here. I know the movie, but I don't know the Avengers Arena.
And Ed's
It's
over
a
there
fun
trolling
story.
Sean.
I mean, I just love X-23, and she's in it, and I got introduced to Hazmat. There's like a lot of other characters in it, like you kid mutants in it, and they'd end up dying, and like one of them gets blown up. It was definitely fun. It was the Marvel Now is what it was, you know, back in the it was called Marvel Now. It was from 2012. Definitely remember that. And but yeah, it's X-23, man. Fuck, dude. Jesus
Yeah.
Christ. Laura Kennedy is like my girl, dude, for sure. But yeah, I have to check that out. Garfong. We got to call her Garfong. That's her name on YouTube. Don't be saying her other name.
The thing was, man, the thing was when she first
I know,
started
I
hanging
know.
out,
I know.
it's kind of like Nope. I know Nope's real name
Is it yes?
with a silent
Giving out
another
my
silent
secrets,
K.
Jenna.
Okay, okay.
Yeah,
Just
his
like-
full nope is yes, nope, maybe.
Nope's my middle name.
I know Triple B's real name, but it's weird. Like it's weird calling people
Triple
by their
B, Big
government
Bad
name.
Booty Daddy.
That works.
Big Papa Pump right there.
Your government name?
Most people know my government name.
Okay. Well,
It's not Jay.
Alex P. Keaton.
I will. Hey, I'll take that. It's Nope without the K, Lorena.
it's amazing.
I'll tell you.
Yeah. So Triple B, I know you said you had to
Yeah.
get out of here, man. I don't want
Yeah.
to keep you any. I don't want to keep you any longer, brother. I just wanted to. Thanks for hopping on as always, dude. I always appreciate it. Always fun hanging out with you, seeing
It
you.
is,
outside
man.
of-
No, I consider you all you guys my friends, man. I love you guys, dude. It's so much fun to
Love you,
jump
big boy.
on and BS about whatever we're BSing about, and it's so cool, man. And like, yeah, for real, dude. Like, comics brings everybody together, like, because that's what we are. Like, we're all comics channel, and like we can all talk about like, you know, pop culture, movies, life, love, and that's what we do, man. That's
Video
so
games.
cool, man. I love all you guys.
Love
So,
you too, brother. Y'all make sure, folks, it's in the chat somewhere. I'll probably post it again. It's probably in the description of the video as well.
Yeah.
Check out Triple B. He goes live Wednesday nights at 8 Eastern, 7 Central. Hot covers, locked door variants,
I do it.
all kinds of great stuff, man. So if y'all aren't watching them, make sure you go check it out. Triple B, brother, you have a great night.
All right,
Say
man. I
hello to your
appreciate.
family for me.
Well, we're gonna go play Jumanji right now. So
Nice.
there we go.
Nice.
Later, Triple B.
All right, man. I
Later,
love you
brother.
guys. You guys
Love
have
you
a great
too, man.
show. We'll see you next
Yep.
time. Okay.
Later, brother.
Later.
I thought I heard elephant noises.
Elephant music.
As long as it's not the giant mosquitoes
drum.
themselves, will be fine.
Jeez.
That reminds
Please
me, we
don't ever
actually
make that motion in front of the camera again. No.
we just rewatched
Shake weight.
Banned.
and then I watched Zathura.
Yeah, you watched Jumanji the other night while I was working, right?
Yeah, and then I watched Zathura because you put it on the hard drive for me.
The older ones.
Yeah. To be honest, before I get to the next thing, because again, tangents. When I first saw the trailer for Welcome to the Jungle, I was like, man, this isn't it for me. It's not it. But I was like, I'm still going to give the movie a shot. I ended up really liking that
I did
first
too.
sequel to Jumanji.
Yeah,
I liked the one after it. I just don't remember what it was called.
the one that
I
has
haven't seen the
supposed to be
second
the
one yet.
grandfather.
Danny
the-
DeVito is Danny
Danny
DeVito in
DeVito.
it? Yeah.
and then Mr. Predator.
Danny
himself.
Glover.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Getting too old.
Have you guys seen the new trailer for Predator's Badlands?
Oh yeah.
Hi, Lorraine. Oh my god, I have so many things to say. I am super excited to see. Pretty much, he's an adolescent. He's a teenager. He's not
Mhm.
flooded yet.
Is that why he looks so different?
Yeah. And then also getting to see a Wayland Yutani robot
Mhm.
draws us even closer to a really good AVP. Ah.
Yeah.
There's also that cartoon that they came out with, right?
Yeah, that one looks really good. They're gonna have a female Yacha in it.
What do you remember what that one was called?
Blood. Oh my god.
Oh,
Uh,
damn! I had the title too.
yeah.
So worse.
Shoot, hold on.
Killer of Killers or Killer.
Oh, Killer of Killers.
Yeah, something like
Okay.
that.
Okay, yeah. I'm excited to watch that. Hopefully get to watch a little bit of that.
Yeah, I think it's on Hulu.
Yeah.
And I think it's next month or when is it coming out?
Damn it, Ed. You go set her off, but she left the room.
Of course she did. We need to figure out a way how to have you and her both on here.
I would have to get her a camera. Like her laptop camera, she said it just doesn't look right.
Another chair won't fit beside you? She could sit on your lap. I mean, she's your wife. She could. Oh my God!
That's
She
that
could
kind
be
of
your.
show, Ed.
She could be your dummy. But never mind.
So the internet saw that you said that. I'm not agreeing with it. Okay. I
I'm
like
good with
being
that.
alive. I like being alive.
Uh-oh,
So
I can hear her. I'll be quiet now.
she's yelling at the dog. He's
Oh, I'm good then.
being
She's
something
a
like
wretch.
that. Oh jeez. She can't. Anyway. Oh no. What the hell is happening with my stuff?
Wow.
That was weird. My camera just kind of shorted out for a second there. So here's another one that I think Nope reminded me of, and I was like, oh yeah. Way too soon. And we've seen every single one of these people go on and do hilarious movies, even if you don't recognize them from this picture. But Freaks and Geeks, I barely remember it. I just remember I loved it.
Yeah, it was great.
But again, canceled too soon. I don't remember how many seasons this show was, or if it even lasted more than a season.
I want to say it was just one season, but it might have been two, to where it had like a second season, but it was way shorter or something like that, and they never came back to it.
No, it was one. It was just one.
Was it just one?
Yeah.
8 episodes, maybe?
I have it pulled up here. 18.
18, okay.
Yeah. Started September 1999, ended in 2000.
Man.
Seeing
So-
this one reminded me of another one. It's called Geeking Out. Anybody ever watch that? It was Kevin Smith and what was that actor's name? Greg Grunberg, I think is his name. And they
Greg
did like
Grunberg.
Grunberg. That was a good show, and I think it only had one season. And it was basically them talking about all things geek and comic and toys.
Dude, I
And
love it.
it was great,
Yeah,
but it was there and gone so fast.
18 episodes. Need to rewatch some of it. I just
Really?
yeah, only 18 episodes. That's what Fable was just saying. Just like Linda Cardellini, though, man, goodness. But yeah, that's yeah. I gotta stop there. Uh,
Mhm.
so the next one I want to talk about is a comic book. It is one that I was very upset didn't go longer, and that's Sideways. I love this freaking character so much. When they did those new Age of DC heroes, where they had Brimstone and Damage, Sideways, and I know they included Silencer in that, but Silencer had been around for a while. But they included Silencer in this, and this to me was, I don't want to say a better Spider-Man because I'm a Spider-Man fan. I like Spider-Man.
Yeah, I was gonna say DC Spider-Man.
Yeah, but it was kind of like, you remember when Stan Lee did those if Stan Lee did Superman or Batman and stuff?
Yep, I love those.
This felt like DC was saying, what if we did Spider-Man? What if we did Ghost Rider? What if we did Hulk? I don't know who Silencer was supposed to be, but all those characters are great. I love this. I was so upset when we went from this to, I love the death metal stuff, but the metal and death metal went on far too long with DC. DC went way too much with that. You know, we had just, I think this happened like right after we had the rebirth that happened, the DC rebirth, which that stuff was excellent. Got many of those trades, but this book right here, I was like, you know, as much as I enjoyed all the other characters, this is the one that I think should have lasted. And it's Spider-Man in look, but definitely not in powers, because Sideways could tear holes in the fabric of space time and could travel through them. That's how he got around. But the character himself, man, they could have done so much with this. This is definitely a character that, if I had James Gunn in front of me, be like, look, you want to do a series of a character that's way out there that probably not a whole lot of people remember, even though it's pretty new. Sideways would be that character. This is a book, folks, that even though I think it might have not been many issues after this, or this was the final issue. Maybe it went to 13 or 14. I don't remember. I would still tell people to pick this one up. Sideways was a fantastic character, fantastic story, and this is one of those that I was like, this was just canceled way too soon.
That'd
I
make a
could have
good
come.
animated show.
Yeah, yes, 100%, and that's something I think that DC's been missing for a while. Like, yeah, they got the animated movies, and I get that, but I'm talking about good animated shows, and I don't mean just like Creature Commandos. I mean something kid to teen friendly that they could watch, that they can enjoy. I think this would be the perfect character to bring that group of folks in. I'm just
Just got to get a group of teen kids to come and watch it because
yeah,
they don't watch anything anymore.
I know. Who will use sure, Christy? Who will use the character they share Marvel and DC? Not quite sure what you're asking, Johnny. Or I'm reading your question wrong. One of the two. Character they share Marvel and DC. Hmm.
I think he might be saying if they did a show of this character and it was based on Spider-Man, would they have conflict in making it like you have with Sony? I think is what he's asking.
Oh,
Would it be a Sony Marvel correlate, or can't think of the word, not combination, but you know what I mean?
yeah. Well, again, I think because DC like owns this character, they should be fine. I mean, granted, it's a very close. I still think it's maybe suit wise, look wise, close to Spider Man. But trust me, read this book. the powers are different enough. Like I said, this was DC saying, what if we took some of these characters that Marvel has and kind of do our own twist on them? And that's, again, read Sideways, folks. Sideways was one of the best ones out of there, and again, it was one of those that to me it just felt like canceled way too soon.
You know what would be really cool, Jay? You just gave me this idea. Is those books that Stan Lee did about the DC characters? If they did like little one-off animated shows of those and like dedicated them to Stan Lee or something, that'd be amazing. Because DC knows how to make animated.
Oh, okay. All right. Access. Okay. I got you now, Johnny. There's a character that is owned by Marvel and DC called Access. I just looked that up. I don't know a ton about that character to give you an answer, Johnny. I'm sorry about that. Wow. That's digging deep though. That's a deep cut. I had to look that up. That's a deep cut, man. Let's see. Next on here. Speaking of Donnell Logue, a little while ago. Grounded for Life, man. Dude, show was great. This is another show that Nope had said something about, and I was like, oh my God. I remember this show. Think kind of, I don't want to say Married with Children because the parents in here are much more loving towards each other and their kids. But this was a fun show. It was fun. It was just one of those shows where you're like, again, and I won't call out any shows for this, but it's like, why didn't it last as long as some of these other shows that are going on? Like, I would gladly trade the last 20 seasons of the freaking Kardashians for another season of Grounded for Life. Okay. This was a terrific show. It was funny. It had a lot of heart. And again, Donald Logue is just top tier. I've seen him in so many genres now. And it's just like, dude is just very, very like Eric from Nine Panels said earlier. Hey, there we go. He's still here. Uncle Eddie? Yeah, Uncle Eddie's the one sitting in the front. Yeah.
John Leguizamo.
No, that's not Leguizamo.
Oh no, that's the guy from all the Judd Apatow movies, isn't it?
Yeah. I've seen him a million places, but can't remember his name. He's one of those guys. But the minute you see his name, you're like, oh, that's right. That's who that is. But yeah, this was another show that I think it could have gone for a little bit longer. But then again, you gotta be careful with things, you know. There are some shows that start off really strong and then it gets to the point where it's like, all right, love Supernatural. I think Supernatural probably could have ended a little bit earlier. That's just me. I loved Supernatural.
Oh yeah,
because that
definitely.
show came on around the time Smallville came on, or at least a season or two after, because you had Jensen Ackles was on season 4 of Smallville. He was in season 4 for that season, and soon after that season ended, probably around that time is when Supernatural came around.
I had to binge watch Supernatural because my wife is like she's a huge fan of Supernatural,
Mm-hmm.
and she wanted me to watch it with her. And even though I enjoyed everything I watched, there is a clear point in that show where you know that's where it should have ended for sure. And she says that it's that way because the person who made the show up, he left. It's like,
Mm-hmm.
oh well, it makes sense. You know what I mean? I agree.
Yeah, because Supernatural was Eric Kripke, I thought. The guys doing The
Yes,
Boys.
right.
Powerless is another good one, Johnny. Powerless. Powerless had 2 different pilots. I thought both of them were good. For those who don't know, Powerless was a show where it was. I'll do the one they put on TV. It was basically a like a research facility. Damn it! Now I'm going to get them mixed up because in one of the versions they were insurance people for the DC universe. They're the people that takes care of what happens when a superhero lands on your car. And then another one they invented things. Now I can't remember which one is which. But it had oh my goodness, she was in High School Musical. What's her name? That's gonna drive me crazy. I hate when I do that. Alan Tudyk was in it though. He was Bruce Wayne's cousin. Uh, Goodness, it's so Vanessa Hudgenson.
I think you got it.
Yeah,
Close
yeah,
enough.
yeah. She was in it. Uh, Fun show. Only lasted a season, but Black Lightning was another good show that ended too soon. I didn't watch all the seasons. I did watch season 1 and 2. Jenna really loved that show. She said that one ended for her way too soon. Let's see
I
what.
think I only watched the first season of that one.
Yeah, what else do I have? Oh, here's another one Ed reminded me of because I remember watching this as a kid.
Hmm.
The
I'm
Dungeons and
still
Dragons.
bitter over this one. I'm still bitter over this one. To this day, I'm still bitter over this
It's been 40 years, Ed. I mean, come
one. I'll never let it go. And then they finally released a comic of it, and the only decent cover they wanted $100 for. And it's just like, really? So luckily, I waited for the trade, and they
Did
had
you
that
see the
cover on
movie?
the trade. The movie?
There
Yeah,
was a
yeah.
movie recently, past couple of years.
Right.
No, I didn't.
It was
I
I heard
pretty
it was
didn't know
good.
there
really
was
good
one.
too.
That TV show was awesome. It only got one freaking season. And I can remember as a kid just absolutely loving this cartoon.
Was it Band of Thieves? Is what the new one was called, or something like that.
It's the guy from Star Trek, the one who
Yeah,
played Captain Kirk.
Chris Pine, Michelle
Oh,
Rodriguez was in there.
Is it the same characters and everything?
Want to say yeah, but I'm not 100% sure.
Let's see. Honor Among Thieves. But it was decent. It wasn't trying to be nothing huge, you know. Like it was simple and had everything that it should have had for that content.
Everybody I knew watched this when I was in school, and we were all in shock that it got canceled after 1 year because we were all dying to see how they were ever going to get back home.
Yeah,
And they just kind of
the first movie had like Marlon Wayans.
Oh yeah,
And
that one.
I can't remember the kid's name, but he replaced Andy's actor in Child's Play 3. I think when they go to the military school, it was that guy. Was in
Oh,
it too.
that guy.
Jason Whalen.
Yeah,
I just looked it up.
yeah. But this
I
cartoon,
forgot about that movie.
yeah, a lot of people. Trust me, a lot of people did. A lot of
Forgot
people
or like forced it out of your mind.
Right.
Tiamat
Remember
was awesome.
Marlon Wayne's hat.
did. Yeah.
Goofy hat.
But Ed, I think you'd actually enjoy the newer Dungeons and Dragons movie.
I didn't
Like-
know there was one. I'll look it up.
Yeah, it's. I thought.
Yeah, I heard it was
I-
good.
But
It'll probably take some getting used to though, because I've rewatched the originals so many times because I own them, and it's just funny that when I've watched them so many times that I don't even hear the guy off Happy Days anymore. I just hear Eric the Cavalier because I think Donnie Most played him, if I remember correctly. I can't remember what character on Happy Days he was, but he was the
Potsy?
red. Yeah, no, the other one.
oh,
Potsy's friend, the red curly haired.
dang it, that's
Yeah, I
one
can't
always
think of his name
forget.
right now either. And Willie Ames played the main character, Hank, the ranger with the bow and arrow. And I love that cartoon. And it was so cool, the concept. They get on a D&D ride at a carnival,
Mhm.
and it goes askew, and they get sucked into the world of D&D. And when I was a kid, I'm like, I want to go on that ride. I want to get sucked into that world, and I never want to come home. But yeah, I could not believe it only made it one season.
Ralph.
Yes,
Ralph
Ralph Malph.
Mouth.
Yeah, he
Yep.
was Ralph.
I couldn't think of that for nothing.
You know, going off on a tangent here, do you know how crazy it was as a kid not realizing I was watching reruns of certain shows
Oh
Mhm.
yeah.
and then finding out those people are like 20 years older than they were?
Yep.
Because I watched all those, because again, I grew up in a house that didn't have cable. So it's just regular TV. And, go to my grandparents' house, it was the same thing. So we watched MASH and Happy Days and things like that. So I watched all that stuff, Murder She Wrote, all those shows. And then come to find out those shows were like, 10, well, at the time, 10 years before. Because this was during the 80s and 90s.
Damn
And
kid.
some of those shows were in the 70s. And I'm just like, holy crap. But those
All
shows were
right
so
now,
good.
come on.
Those
Don't be
shows were-
holy crap in the 70s. It's not
Hey,
that old.
uh,
You
Damn
know what was
kids
like
in
that
this
for
room.
me?
mhm.
66 Batman. I
Oh,
used to love 66 Batman, and I had the only crush on Julie Newmar,
oh,
Oh,
Catwoman. I
yeah.
was just like so in love with her. And then when I like nostalgically think about it, I said, wait a minute. She probably was like 50 something years old when I had a crush on her. You know what I mean? Like,
yeah.
because that show was probably 25 years, uh, you know, old when I saw it.
You guys
Yeah,
are
it's been a
killing
while
me.
since I've seen Blink, man. Good movie. But you know what? I had a crush on Raquel Welch until she passed. That's how hot that woman was to me. Okay.
You're
Uh,
not wrong. I won't
no,
argue with you.
yeah.
That's the one with the cave woman poster, right?
I'm pretty sure that's her.
From
Pretty
Shawshank.
sure. I think so.
Yes.
Yeah.
I
She,
love you, Nope. But damn it, you're making me feel old.
well, Nope's the youngest one here.
Yeah, and I wonder who the oldest is by the way y'all are talking. Jeez.
Yeah, I
I
do. I
couldn't even
wonder who is the
imagine.
oldest.
Yeah. Yeah.
But yeah, I watched this
Hang on, I gotta
cartoon.
go change my Depends. I'll be right back.
Hey man,
Uh,
I gotta go take my back and bear in a little my back and body bear stuff in a minute.
yeah, I gotta head out. My everything's dying on me. My headphones, my tablet.
Awesome. Well, Fable man,
uh,
It's
appreciate
great
you.
seeing you, Fable.
oh yeah, great hanging out with you guys. You know, I always love doing this. Next time
Hell
I'll
yeah.
have everything charged before I jump in one of these
Awesome,
shows
man.
with you.
Open invite, brother.
Um,
Anytime you want to come on.
real quick,
Mm-hmm.
I'll give you three. You may cover these. You may already be doing these, but I'll just throw it out there. Firefly, Firefly, gone too soon. Uh, One of the best Marvel shows that nobody talks about, you know, especially with all the stinky Marvel shows that came out. Agent Carter.
Yeah.
Agent Carter was freaking phenomenal. And with all these sequels to this movie, and they never get it right. I thought the Sarah Connor Chronicles was fucking fantastic as a
Yes.
Terminator series. I don't know if you
Yes.
guys ever saw that one, but it's better than all those damn movies they came out with
So,
after
Summer Glau was
T2.
in that one too, wasn't she?
Summer Glau was in that. Yep, from
The
Firefly. Yep,
episode of
yep,
Big Bang with her on it was amazing. I
yeah.
I, I love that episode.
So yeah, thanks guys for having me on, man. I'll
Oh yeah.
definitely be in the chat as soon as I plug this thing in. Love you
Awesome.
guys.
All
Catch
right,
you
you too,
later.
brother. Take
Later,
care.
Fable.
Later, brother.
And then there was three.
Yeah. Yeah, Johnny, all good, man. There really are so many Wayne's family members. I get them mixed up all the damn time. All the time. And Meteor Man is such an underrated movie. That movie's so good. I love that
I've
movie.
never heard of that one.
It's Robert. I'm gonna say the last name wrong because it's Townsend, but that doesn't sound right. Or maybe it is right. Maybe there's just a lot of Robert Townsends. Meteor Man, come on, where you at? Yeah, Robert Townsend. Okay. Robert Townsend, Don Cheadle, James Earl Jones, Eddie Griffin.
James Earl Jones?
Mm-hmm.
How the heck did I not hear this one? Oh,
Robert.
wait. Is that the one that had Robert Guillaume in it, too?
Yes.
Okay. I think I have seen that one.
Yes. It's been a while. Thank you, man. I'm gonna put that on my list, Johnny. It's been too long since I watched that one. Let's see. Hold on, let me get back to. I made the mistake of just copying and pasting when I did all my pictures. So instead of the scenes being numbered, they all say the same thing. And these pictures are even smaller than they are on the experience. They're like this big.
So it's kind of like a shuffle each time you pick on it. Like, which one are we getting next?
Let's see. We did that. Oh. And it sucks because I just thought about what I freaking did when I grabbed this picture. Hold on a second, Ed.
What is it?
It's the freaking Struck by Lightning, but I couldn't find.
Oh, dude. Oh, my God. I love that show. And it was only 3 episodes. And I was like 6. And it made such an impact on me because it was about a Frankenstein character and it was a sitcom. Oh, I loved it. And I can remember actually crying when my mom told me it wasn't going to be on anymore. I'm like, no, it was just started. And of course, back then you didn't have VHS or anything to watch them. So I don't think I've seen it since I was a kid, but it stuck in my head because I loved it so much.
Well, I gotta tell you, man, this was maybe that. I think that's why I might have gone with the black and white picture because apparently there's some other like weird show starring one of the kids from Glee called Struck by Lightning, and that
Ugh,
kept coming up.
no, that's definitely the wrong one. No,
Yeah,
but I grew up loving Jack Elam because he had that funky eyeball, and he was in a lot of John Wayne westerns and a lot of the older westerns. And
there we
my
go.
mom and dad loved westerns. Hey, there he is,
There we go.
and him playing Frank, who, ta-da, he was the monster. Oh my God, it was so good, and it was only 3 episodes. But as a kid, I remembered watching it. And I don't know how, but it must have just made such an impact on me because it was a Universal Monster type thing. But
So, although it was only 3 episodes, and you know, you said the character was basically Frankenstein. Do you have like kind of a premise, like what the show was about?
God, I I wish I could remember more, but I just remember that the Struck by Lightning was how the character was brought to life. Obviously, that's why it was called that. They didn't come out and say it was Frankenstein. He was just Frank. And
Ah,
I know he was made and it got brought to life by the lightning. And I remember that it had a bunch of silliness and fun to it. But if you're asking me what the episodes were about, I'm not kidding you. I haven't seen this since I was like 6 when it was on TV. I just remember loving it, and I can remember crying over it, and I can remember my family talking to me about it for like several years after because I'd be, I wish they were so sick of hearing about it. But Jack Elam is awesome. If you don't know who he is, watch some of his stuff. And if you can find this, let me know where you find it because I'd love to watch it again. I
we're,
doubt
we're,
it's on DVD. I
we're
highly
I bet
doubt
it's
it.
on YouTube.
It
more
might be.
than
I haven't
likely.
had time to look for it because I just thought of it the other day when Jay came up with this, and it popped into my head. I was like, "Oh yeah, Struck by Lightning." And how do I can't remember my phone number. I can't remember anyone's phone number, but I can remember a show that when I was 6 that only had 3 freaking episodes, and I remembered the name of it. Struck by Lightning. Why? How? Where?
La-
When?
Later, Sean. I guess. If you're
Who's
talking about
Sean?
the shorter guy, Fable, no. He does kind of crouching down look like Robert Hayes a little bit but I mean that's not the clearest picture either. But Yeah, I don't think that's the same guy from Airplane.
Oh God, I don't know. I honestly don't
I
know.
could totally be wrong. Trust me, it happens more often than it should.
All right, so here you go. I just went to IMDb so I could give you a synopsis of it. So let me
Okay.
find it. Come on, they're not going to give me one. You got to be kidding me. I don't see one.
All right, so I'm gonna
Okay,
find.
there
I'm
it
gonna
is.
find okay.
Science teacher Ted Stein inherits a spooky old New England inn inhabited by its caretaker, Frank. Ted learns that he's a descendant of the notorious Dr. Frankenstein, and that Frank is actually the monster. Ted decides to hang around the inn to continue his ancestors' experiments while keeping Frank's identity a secret. Chaos ensues, of course. 3 episodes. It only got 3 freaking episodes.
I'm gonna try. I'm
And
gonna
from
try to
what I
find it.
heard, I think I looked it up once before when the internet was first coming out. And it was like, I think they filmed like 10 or 12 episodes, but only released 3. And I'm like, well, release the other 7, damn it. I'd watch them.
Locked
I'm
up
gonna
in
go.
some vault somewhere.
I'm gonna go hunting some.
Like you said earlier, the freaking Kardashians get 20 years and
Yeah,
this
that's
gets 3 episodes?
or Desperate
Come on.
Housewives or Housewives of Cleveland or whatever the hell the rest of the shit is.
Yeah.
You got the shit part right. Nope.
Yeah. 100%.
I was trying to make him laugh while he was drinking.
Hey, real quick. So last night we're all sitting in the living room, and Jenna sends me this video of like this garlic thing, like claymation thing. She goes, this reminds me of when you make fun of my music, how you sound." And she was outside when I was watching it, and Sean's sitting across from me. And this character pulls out a fan, and right then I already knew what was going to happen. So it was messing up the lyrics to "Bad Guy" by Billie Eilish. So when I saw the fan, I immediately went "Bad Guy" like that. And when Jenna came back in, I was like, "Well, let me show her." I didn't have my glasses on, didn't realize she took a drink of something, and she choked for like 10 minutes. I mean, it was bad. Like, it was coming out of her nose. She had to get over the trash can. She was coughing. But like,
Did you record it?
no, like again, I have this problem, and it's not me. It's not me bragging. It's not me saying it. But I've been told by other people, I have a tendency that not only am I funny, but I'm funny at the wrong times for some people. And it's usually when they're eating or drinking. Like Jenna, I've hit her with that so many times. But I did that not realizing she was drinking. And I'm telling y'all, for a good 10-15 minutes, she couldn't stop coughing.
So I found the pilot and I put the link in our Facebook chat. So if you want to pop it out there, if anybody's interested, but there's only 3 episodes.
I definitely will. Let me hop
But
over here.
little Eddie loved this show. I adored this show, even though it was only 3 episodes, which blew my mind. Because when I was older, remembering it, I thought it was on for like a year or something. And I looked up, that was only 3 episodes. I remembered it.
Here you go, folks. Popping that in the chat right now. Can you click that? Yeah, yeah, okay. All
You
right,
should be able to. I mean, I had it
cool.
running.
I don't know what. Well, I don't know why it copied your name, but I think I got it. Should be good. It showed up blue on this side.
How
And
dare
yeah,
you publish my fake name on YouTube?
yeah.
No, I'm just joking.
And The Bachelor, bro. Look, I've
Bachelor.
watched some crappy TV shows back in the day when I got bored. One of them being the first Joe Schmo show. I actually watched that. Watched the whole thing. And another one was one I was telling y'all about that nobody has heard. The first time I saw John Cena was not when he was in OVW, which is their like training facility where they bring wrestlers up to the WWE and stuff. I saw him in this really crappy Fox show. when Fox 26 would give shows to anybody for at least a season. It was called Manhunt. And John Cena had like this bleach blonde buzz cut, and he and another team of people dressed like army folks. It was a paintball game. It was a paintball reality TV show. That's where I first saw John Cena.
Oh, that's the show you were trying to think of.
Yeah,
'cause
it
you
was
said
called
paintball.
Manhunt.
Okay. You know where I first saw John Cena?
Hmm.
He was on a documentary that was on probably in the 80s about wrestling. And he was like literally probably 20, maybe 19 or 20. And it was about people trying to become professional wrestlers. And he was the prototype.
Yeah.
And he was talking like RoboCop and moving like a robot, and it was so weird. And I can remember watching that documentary 3-4 times, thinking that character is never going to take off. And then, forgot all about it. And I got out of wrestling when I went into college because I was just so damn busy. And then when I met who would become my best friend in college, and they were talking about wrestling, and they said John Cena, and the name popped in my head. I'm like, John Cena, where do I know that from? And when I saw him, I'm like, oh my God, it's the prototype. And David looked at me, what the hell are you talking about? And look up the documentary. But
So-
he's super young.
So he got started in like 1999.
Was it?
Yeah. So it might have been one of those things where it just felt like it was the 80s because the 80s feels like yesterday for me.
Could be.
But yeah, he was Prototype was like his first character that he did.
You're probably right. You usually are.
Well, because I was fixed to say he's not even 50 yet, so him being 20 in the 80s.
You're killing me, man.
Remember, at the
You know
end
how
of-
you talk about the 80s? I can remember the 70s that way, damn it.
I know. I know. Like I said, having nieces and nephews asking me what it was like being born in the late 1900s is just weird.
Dude, why did you have to put it like that?
Exactly. Why did
that's
they
what
have
they're
to put it
doing.
like
Oh
that?
my God, you just blew what was left of my mind. Thanks a lot for putting it that way, my friend. I appreciate that.
When my niece asked me that, I thought about it. I was like, no, that's not how you. Oh, crap. Oh, goodness. Oh, no. I thought we just talked about the 1800s like that. I didn't know we were doing that now. It's like, it's 2025. So, yeah, we're getting close to being able to. It's like late 1900s? Oh, come on.
All right, well, I am totally depressed now because what I thought happened in the 80s was a 2002 documentary called Wrestling's Future Stars.
I probably have that. That's probably why I remember it.
2002, and I thought it was in the 80s. Yeah. Shut up, nope. Man,
Maybe it's just a
shut up.
rerun. Syndication, you know?
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's it.
In the past. Let's see.
This
what-
one time when I got off the horse and buggy, I heard John Cena acting like some kind of a.
I told
Called it a
him,
robot. I'm not sure what that is.
yeah, he said he was a prototype, and I said, get your ass off my lawn. Just get out of here, kids. Break my hip.
Theatricality and deception are powerful agents.
Had to put this one on here. Had to put this one on here.
I did not know this existed until Nope said
my
that.
Goodness, the craziest thing was when this came on, the first, like, they did a lot of cartoons back in the day. I got to say it like that. They did like these weird couple episodes movie kind of thing. And this was one of those because this came on at like 7:00 at night over here. Like the very first little movie,
Friday or
TV
something.
movie. Yeah, it was like 7:00 when they played it.
And that's probably
And-
why it failed.
Where was it? Was it on cable or something? Or
Disney.
No. It was Disney and like ABC 13 had a partnership. Channel 13 for us is just a regular.
Oh yeah, local channel.
Yeah, is
Yeah,
just
it's
a
30.
local channel. That's like how Darkwing Duck.
Yep.
Darkwing Duck used to play throughout the week on what's now like CW, but it used to be channel 39 for us before it became CW. But they would also replay on Saturday morning cartoons on ABC, and that's where you get the extended version of the theme song. So I'm not sure Disney, since Disney has all their other stuff now, I don't think they have that kind of partnership with. But I haven't had regular TV in I don't know how long now. But used to be Channel 13 and Disney had this thing going on, and also syndication with CW 39, whatever. Um, they came up with this, and immediately I thought, wait a second, what are we doing with the hockey team?
Well, and they were like some sort of like super team.
Yeah,
It had not a whole lot to do with hockey itself, except for, the equipment that they used.
they come from a planet that was like shaped like a puck or something.
Right.
Like
I don't remember much.
there was a golden mask that Ian Ziering, since you were talking about Sharknado earlier, Ian Ziering was the voice of the main duck in this.
Just the one on the left, right?
Yeah, he was the goalie, the captain or whatever. Had like a golden mask, and the mask would
Mhm.
like transform them, and all their weapons were hockey related. Like the show was bonkers, but it
I
was
have
so
never
fun.
heard of it, but it sounds cool.
The,
It so abruptly stopped though too.
yeah,
Like I feel like there was a huge cliffhanger, and I was like, "Wait, they're not doing it anymore." And that was the first time I'd ever experienced a canceled show.
got 2 seasons.
Did it get two?
Yeah, it got 2. Might have been a truncated second one, but I know that it at least got 2. But I mean,
Hmm.
they had Ian Ziering or Ziering, I don't know how to say his name, Tim Curry, Jeff Bennett, Charlie Adler, Jim Belushi, Dennis Franz, Brad Garrett, Jennifer Hale. Like this was a stacked cast for a animated cartoon about ducks.
Hmm. I never even heard of that. That's crazy. And it's kind of funny because I love the movie.
Oh yeah, yeah.
Doesn't
When
that have oh geez, here goes
Emilio
the name
Estevez.
thing. Yes,
Yep,
yes. Charlie Sheen's brother, right?
yep.
Emilio.
Emilio.
Have you seen him lately? Oh my god, he looks just like his dad.
Oh
It's
yeah.
crazy. That's so crazy. Because when he was younger, they didn't look anything alike.
And I did not know for the longest time that he and Charlie Sheen were brothers. Didn't
Oh
know that
yeah?
for the longest time. Like I saw Men at Work. You ever seen Men at Work?
Yes, funny
Where they play
movie.
the oh god, I love that movie.
Yep,
I
I do
love that
too.
movie. And I'm like, man, these guys like the chemistry there. They feel like they're related. Like somebody was like, yeah, Charlie Sheen's real name is Carlos Estevez, right? No. Well, what about Martin? What, Martin Sheen? Is that their dad?
Yeah.
Martin Sheen. I get Martin Sheen and Michael Sheen mixed up. They're
We
like,
might have talked about this before, and if we have, I apologize. But have you
Mhm.
ever seen the movie Cadence?
I think we did talk about this, but
Sounds
I,
familiar. Like
It
I,
is such a good
I,
movie, and
yeah.
Martin Sheen is the sergeant of a prison encampment for the army, and Charlie Sheen gets arrested and put in that prison. And oh, it's a mind-blowing movie. If you haven't seen it, I highly recommend it. It's not a sitcom. It's a serious type movie, but it is just so good. It's it's nothing like Shawshank, but it's Shawshank-esque, and
Mhm.
that you're seeing what life was like for the inmates. And Martin Sheen gets so mad at Charlie Sheen that he puts him in an all black um, prison part that's like a higher security as a punishment, because this was supposed to be back when the racial stuff was so deep. And who was the head person of the prison? None other than now I'm gonna draw a total blank on names again. From the Matrix, Larry Fishburne.
Oh, Fishburne.
Yeah, Fishburne is the head prisoner or whatever you want to call it. But they all listen to him, and the reason why it's called cadence is because they would march in a certain cadence and do like a little shuffle dance, and only the people that they considered family could do it. And after all the crap that happens with them, because first, when it first starts out, they hate each other, they fight each other. He gets the crap beat out of him by this young kid who's like a boxer. And at the end, he ends up doing the dance with them, just to cut it short. But it is such a good movie. And most people I talk to have never heard of it, but it's really good.
You know who else is in that movie?
Oh, I'm sure I will once you say it, because I've seen it 20 times.
Another Estevez.
Which one?
Ramon. Their brother Ramon.
I don't know him.
Ramon looks almost like Emilio.
Really?
Yeah.
What did he play? What was the character?
Gerald Gessner.
Nope. Did you ever see Gladiator? It was a boxing movie that had the kid. It was a. I'm so bad with names. What was the name of the kid or the actor that played Show Me the Money?
Cuba Gooding Jr.
Yeah, Cuba Gooding Jr.'s in it, and it's called Gladiator, and it's a boxing movie.
Oh yeah, I have seen that.
The other kid
To where it's bare knuckle boxing.
Yeah, and the other kid is the guy that Charlie Sheen ends up making friends with that would like help him in that Cadence movie. So he's in it too. It's a really good movie. That's all I can say.
James Marshall, I think.
I have no idea. You could say it right to my face, and I'd be like,
Sure,
yeah,
that guy.
sounds good. John Joe Smith, that's him. Yeah.
John Jacob Jingleheimer.
His name's my name too. But yes, you get a chance. I haven't checked Disney Plus honestly to see if this is on there, but I might do that tomorrow. I might check see if it's on there because if it is, I'm probably going to watch it.
I haven't.
Did they just play hockey? Did they do something else?
No, they were like a space ranger crew or something like that, to where they traveled around in like a spaceship kind of thing that was shaped.
They got
like
trapped on Earth though.
What is it?
I'll be dang.
They got trapped on Earth. That's why Jim Belushi is like their coach or manager.
Jim Belushi?
Yeah, Jim Belushi. He's a voice actor.
Dude, I gotta see this.
Dude,
didn't they have a spaceship shaped like that mask though?
Yeah, they did have a spaceship though.
Okay.
They did have a ship, but they were like transported from their world to ours, and they play hockey like as their normal everyday thing.
So
but
Howard the Duck with hockey.
Yeah,
Eddie?
pretty much.
I was just about to say that. Nope. So Howard the Duck with hockey.
Pretty much.
But are there any feathered boobs?
Well, I mean, cartoon. There might be, but
I've seen some cartoons that make me blush more than movies do.
Oh, that's true. That's true. But yeah, this was a fun show. Another one of those shows. I'm like, man, some of the shows that went on cartoon wise and things like this didn't last. You know, there's a period of time, especially in the like early 90s, where you had things like everything was young. There was a pup named Scooby Doo. There was Young Robin Hood. There was Flintstone Kids. There was Tom and Jerry Kids.
Young Looney Tunes.
Young Looney Tunes. Yeah, Tiny Toons and all that stuff. I was like, after a while, that was like, okay, that's all well and good. I love these cartoons. But then we started getting stuff like this, and I was like, okay, in name only is it Mighty Ducks, because the premise was just wild. But this was one where I was like, man, I wish this one was almost the Gargoyles of the day, pretty much. I think this one came out in 96.
Was that around the time that they switched the logo over to that?
I think so.
Went from the traditional one you seen in like the first Mighty Ducks movie?
I think so.
That's
Okay.
the logo that the hockey team uses, I believe.
Now,
Yeah,
yeah,
Yeah.
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 but
Okay. So
that's not
this
the
one,
original for sure. Because
I
the
don't.
I
actual
don't
Mighty
think it
Ducks
is.
team wasn't even started until the movies, and then it
Right.
gets
And then
brought
they
into the
changed
league.
their name because they
Mhm.
didn't want to be associated with the movie. And I'm like, why? Why?
No, it was started by, I want to say, the Disney company.
Yeah, it was.
Oh,
But then they changed the name because they didn't want it to be associated with the movie.
Well, they're just ducks now.
Yeah, they're
oh,
just
okay.
the Ducks. They
I
they,
know.
they dropped the mighty part, and I'm
I
like,
know what you mean
why?
now.
You're owned by Disney. It's a great movie. Who cares? You're
More
you're
merchandise.
using the damn logo. I mean, come on.
Yeah, there's a rebranded logo now.
Yeah, it's just a
That
D,
looks
isn't it?
weird.
Yeah, it's like a D with things at the bottom or something.
Or the top, like a wave or something like that.
Yeah,
Look,
something.
It's
here's
not
what I
too
was saying.
far off from the Dallas Stars logo, truthfully.
Like looking at it,
Oh yeah, you're right. Yeah.
quite honestly, looking at it. Let me hop up to here real quick. It really looks very Guardians of the Galaxy ish if you look at it just right. Like if you were to turn that to where it
Yeah,
was
that's
Oh,
it. Yeah.
okay.
standing up.
I was thinking something totally different.
That looks more like an arrowhead.
Yeah.
Right.
Well, Arrowhead Pond, right? Is that the?
Or if you tilt it, it's the Star Trek kinda. But no.
Star Trek tripod.
Don't you have to have a license to shoot tripods?
No. You just lose your gun. Let's see.
Sorry, I had to, Jay.
No, that's trust me. I love that story.
That was the hardest I think I'd ever seen Kyle laugh, and I was very proud of myself for that.
Let's see. The next one I got on here. Speaking of Star Trek,
Oh, the best, and I will fight. Like your wife says, like Jenna says, I will fight anyone, including you, Robbie, if you're watching. The best Star Trek series of all of them. I loved this series. It's a prequel. It's all about before there was a prime directive, before there were any things they had to follow. They were just guys going on a ship, and it's the first time they had warp capability and going out and discovering the universe. So they weren't one of the things that always annoyed the crap out of me about Star Trek. It's against the prime directive. Oh my god, I hated that. The prime directive didn't exist here. And of all the shows that I've seen of Star Trek, the cast in this series has the best chemistry. They feed off one another. Scott Bakula, when I heard he was going to play the captain, I laughed too. And he's my favorite captain. And I never thought I would say anybody would be better than Jean-Luc Picard because I loved TNG.
dude, you always back the back.
Yeah,
You
but
always back him.
this Enterprise, if you've never seen it, give it a shot. It's fan-damn-tastic. Everything is new. They don't have any idea what they're doing. And I felt like I was a member of the cast because they were learning as I was learning. And it's by far everybody like puts it down and they want to make fun of the song of all things. If you're going to make fun or not watch a show because you don't like the theme song, get over yourself. I actually fell in love with the theme song. I have it on my MP3 list and it plays in the car. But I love this. And so what does my wonderful wife do? She buys me the Blu-ray of the entire, run of the what's it called? Not seat.
Series.
Yes, thank you. I almost said freaking issues. In a Blu-ray box set, my Blu-ray player won't play the English part. It'll play
What?
every other language, but it won't play the English part. And the only thing I can figure is that maybe because it's got some kind of, I don't remember what it's called, but it has some kind of 4K audio to it for only the English. So I'm thinking maybe my Blu-ray player, because my Blu-ray player is probably 20 years old,
Mm.
can't play it because it'll play, but there's no sound. None. It's just the shows. So even though I could act them out, because yes, I have watched them over and over again, and I will continue to watch them over and over again. But there's no sound. So I have them on Blu-ray and I can't watch it. It used to be free on Amazon Prime, but it's not anymore. But the premise behind it is Scott Bakula's dad is the one that invented the first warp drive ship, and they took so long the Vulcans kind of overwatched what they were doing, and they kept postponing everything and wouldn't let them try the engine and wouldn't let them try the engine. And Scott Bakula's dad ended up dying before he ever got to see the engine go into use. So when they finally had the Warp 4 engine, or Warp 5 engine, I'm sorry, they put it into Enterprise. They named him the captain of the ship because his dad made the engine. And they knew nothing about what they were doing. There were no weapons on it other than, I think, they had torpedoes, but it wasn't photon torpedoes. It was like gas launched. It looked like torpedoes out of a submarine that would fly through space and just go boom. And everybody else out in space had them outgunned, outmatched. They had no shields. They had to polarize the hull plating, and that was their equivalent of shields. So they were outgunned, outmatched by just about everyone they ran into. And it was just so much fun to experience that. It was like I was there with them, and I was part of the beginning of our space I can talk about this for hours, so you're going to have to tell me to shut up. I am so passionate about this show, easily in my top 5 shows of all time. Reacher, I think, is above it, but I wouldn't say that under oath because I love Enterprise.
So, would you say they were outgunned, outmanned, outnumbered, and outplanned?
No, but you just did, and I'm quite ashamed of you that you did, but well done. Well played. I'll give that to you. But yes, they were. And it was just so cool and when it starts, T'Pol, which is the female Vulcan that you can see there,
Mm-hmm.
she's put on by the Vulcans to oversee them so that they don't make any mistakes. So when it first starts, they all hate T'Pol because they think she's a spy. And T'Pol looks down on humans because Vulcans look down on humans because they think we're nothing but barbarians. But then slowly through the first season, T'Pol starts realizing that humans aren't as bad as they were, and they all bond and become like a family. And oh my God, it is such a good series. I can talk about it forever. If you have any questions or trivia about Enterprise that you're interested, ask me. I've seen them 1,000 times.
What I know this is a prequel. What year is it set in?
Damn you, Jay. I just put that on my Facebook page.
Did you?
Yeah, it just launched a couple of days ago, but in the future, because it launches like April 23rd or something, but I don't remember the year, but it's something like 21 something.
Okay.
So not too far from now. I mean, I'll be long dead before, but I hope anyway. Good Lord. But no, I don't. I don't remember right off the top of my head. But I had just the anniversary of the launching of the Enterprise just passed like a week ago. When did Enterprise launch?
Fable's saying you're gonna have to go around because TNG for life.
I love TNG, and I never thought I would say it wasn't my favorite. But after watching Enterprise, it's my favorite. 2151.
Okay.
The NX-01 is the model of it. You know how they have the different classes of ship, but it was the NX-01, and by season 3, they had made an NX-02. So there were actually 2 of them out there, and seeing them together doing things was something that I had never seen in a Star Trek series before either, having 2 Enterprises going. It wasn't the Enterprise, but you know what I mean. All the other ones, they never have. The only thing about it, now don't get me wrong, I love the episode, but it was the series finale. And for it to be the series finale was a kick in the crotch, a poke in the eye, an insult to everything Enterprise. because the final episode had Riker and what was her name? The one that could feel your feelings.
Deanna Troy.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that was them two talking. Do you remember the episode in TNG where they had the Defiant was stuck and they were trying to get it out?
Oh crap! It's been a long
But
time.
well, anyway, it's a TNG episode from like 20 some years ago. They made, and this still boils my buttons. They made Enterprise nothing more than a hologram simulation with Riker and Troy trying to use what they did to help them figure out their dilemma about getting the Defiant out.
Huh.
And it ended with, they didn't even show it, but the whole way through they keep talking about there's no prime directive, there's no Starfleet yet, there was no grand Starfleet. They ended it with them doing the simulation, watching as Archer walks out to give the speech to start the Starfleet,
Mm-hmm.
and you don't even get to hear his speech. That's the end of it.
Wow.
And they just click a button and erase it, and they walk out of the holodeck, and he's like, "That was very helpful. I think I know what to do now." And I'm like, a fun episode, but for that to be our last episode, you can tell what I'm doing without me doing it. It pissed me off so bad, and anybody who's an Enterprise fan will tell you that the last episode sucks. It doesn't suck. It's a great episode. It's a fun episode, but it was a terrible finale because it was like nothing ever happened. And in this simulation, they kill off one of the main characters. Just kill him for no reason. They had gone through hell and back, come up with all these different ways to get out of all these situations, and he basically killed himself when he didn't have to. And they just throw it out there. And I'm like, what are you doing? I was, To this day, when I'm watching them, I won't watch that last episode.
Oh,
But
this is kind of a tangent, but not really, because something you posted earlier that I thought was not only funny, but the more I thought of it, how genius it was. I was a big, and I mean big, fan of Quantum Leap.
oh yeah, me too.
And when you posted that picture of Scott Bakula dressed up kind of like similar to how George McFly was, and it was like, I can't remember exactly what it said. It was basically, um, this is what happened. This is why George McFly got confidence, because it was actually Scott Bakula. It was actually Sam Beckett
Mm-hmm.
that leapt into his body, and that's what knocked out Biff. That's who knocked out Biff, was actually
Mm-hmm.
Sam.
Mm-hmm.
Talk about another show. I didn't put it on this list. Quantum Leap.
Oh, the series finale sucked on that one too. And they had the chance to make it right with the new Quantum Leap, and they didn't do it. But yeah, I loved Quantum Leap also. But I can't remember the name. Again, I'm terrible with names. What was his partner's name on Quantum Leap?
Al?
Yeah. There's an episode of Enterprise where Al takes him prisoner. And it's so great because they give these subtle little hints that they know each other. And it was a great, tip of the hat to Quantum Leap fans to have both of them in an episode together.
Man.
But have you ever seen it? Enterprise?
No, I never watched.
If you ever have a chance and you're bored, just give it a shot. The first episode starts with them finding this new species that crash lands on Earth called the Klingons. What the hell is a Klingon? And it's just so cool. And then when the Vulcans tell them it's a Klingon, the one guy forgets the name. So when Archer gets there, he's like, wait, Archer looks at him and goes, what species is this? And he says, it's a Klingot. And the Vulcans go, Klingon. And he's got, on, who cares? And I just started cracking up. But it's a great series.
Yeah,
And don't get me wrong, Phable. I love TNG also, but Enterprise is better in my opinion.
also Battlestar Galactica 2. Was he? I watched Xena and man, talk about some wild shows. Xena, Hercules. There was a Sinbad show for a little while. Uh, to
Sinbad the
be
Sailor or Sinbad the Comedian?
Sinbad the sailor.
I didn't know that. I
It was
missed that
part
one.
of that legendary adventure stuff
Huh.
that they
I
used to do
missed
back
that.
in the day. I'm gonna be real honest. Like when it comes to revivals slash reboots of certain shows, like I never watched the MacGyver one because I was too big of a fan of MacGyver. Didn't watch the Hawaii Five O one. Didn't watch the Magnum PI one, and didn't watch the one you just talked about. And I just already flew out of my head. We were just talking about it. The Quantum Leap one.
Okay.
For some reason, like it's not that I don't want to give him a chance. It's just I'm like I don't want to be let down because of how much I loved the original shows. Like especially MacGyver. I like Lucas Till, but there's something about Harry Dean Anderson as MacGyver that just like I don't know. It's kind of like I'll never watch the Point Break remake because I love the original Point Break movie so much.
Right.
Like,
You know what I think killed Enterprise
hmm,
was it debuted like I don't remember the exact date, but it was only like a week or so after 9/11. So I think no one was in on it, no one knew about it, and it was on UPN, which was a new channel back then, a new network or whatever.
yeah, because
And it just flew under everyone's radar, no pun intended, with it being Enterprise.
yeah,
And I think that's what doomed it because the ratings weren't good. But now, 20 years later, it's one of the hottest rented things on Amazon for Star Trek. People love it now, but it's too late. And it didn't even get a movie. Every other Star Trek series got 7 years. It only got 3.5 because season 4 was only 10 episodes when all the other seasons, I believe, were like 21. And then they ended it with that hologram, which
yeah,
burns my buttons.
yeah.
It's such a good show, and to this day it makes me sad because I would love to. There was a you remember the blue skinned people, the Andorians? There was one of them that. Do you know what I'm talking about? The blue skin on Star Trek.
Very vaguely, man.
They have the antennas. Anyway, there's one on there called Shran, and they were worst enemies at the beginning, but towards the end, him and Archer actually became best friends, and they would save each other every once in a while. His whole ship got destroyed, and season 5 was planned. And in season 5, he was going to join the crew of the Enterprise. And I'm like, oh my God, that would have been so amazing because he was played by Jeffrey Combs. And if you know Jeffrey Combs, you know he's an amazing actor. I've
Yup,
loved everything that man has done and been in.
man.
And it would have been so awesome to see him. I'm sorry, I'm babbling way too long
No,
about
no, no,
this.
you're good.
But I
You're good,
love
man.
this show. I love this show.
You're
Passionate about
good.
this show. I
That
will
was
fight anyone about this show.
that's the whole point of this, man. Where there's no format. Ramble as much as you need. I was just gonna say that I remember before it was UPN, it used to be Paramount 20. That's what it was for us down here in Texas.
Oh, I don't remember
And
that.
the thing about Paramount was in Richmond, Virginia. There's a not it's not like Astro like theme park, and it was called Kings. It's called King's Dominion. In King's Dominion, uh, it was called back then. It was called Paramount King's Dominion. So I have like a picture with me and my cousin and like George Jetson and Hanna Barbera characters, and it was very heavy on Star Trek stuff. Like almost everything that was on Paramount was part of
Hmm,
that theme park. Like I was there. I think I was like 12 when
that's
we went.
cool.
I got a picture with Captain Caveman. Um, that just reminded me when you said UPN because I was like UPN used to be Paramount 20 here.
My absolute favorite episode of Enterprise, and I'll stop. I'm sorry. My absolute favorite episode of Enterprise has T'Pol, which is the Lady Vulcan, and Captain Archer with uh Trip. His name was Trip. Just sitting around a dinner table, and they asked T'Pol to tell him a story, and she's like, "I have stories I can tell you," and her story that she tells was about the true first contact. The true first contact was not the movie. Several years before that, like back in when Sputnik launched, it was the year Sputnik launched. A Vulcan ship crashed on Earth while they were monitoring the communications coming from Sputnik. And the story was all about how her great great grandmother, who was played by the same actress as T'Pol, so it just looked like T'Pol, was stranded on Earth with two other Vulcans. And they had to try to blend in, so they like wore ski hats and stuff to cover their ears and all that. And it was so pure and just so something that you could see happening. And it ended with there was one of the characters that they meet, son, was like a brilliant mathematician, but they were too poor to go to college, so he wasn't going to get to go to college. So T'Pol's grandma invents Velcro because she had a rip on one of her bags, and she took the bag into to Washington to get a patent on it, and they paid her like $2,000 for it, and it was Velcro. So Vulcan Velcro, it was kind of funny.
Oh.
And at the end of the episode, um, they're asking T'Pol, like, "What is this true? This seems," and she's like, "You didn't ask me to tell you a historical. You asked me to tell you a story. So I told you a story." And they're like, "Oh, I knew it, I knew it, I knew it." Well, then T'Pol goes back to her quarters, opens up her little hope chest, and pulls out her grandma's purse and plays with the Velcro. So it was a true story. I'm sorry, it's a great series. Check it out. If you like Star Trek, check it out. Even if you don't like Star Trek, check it out.
Phable liked it, but he didn't like that they inserted the Borg into it.
Well, it was one. I think it was only like one episode, but it might have been a two-parter. But yeah, they found him frozen, and it was, it came from the movie where, the first contact with the Borg and everything, and they found it was basically like The Thing. You've seen The Thing, right?
Yeah.
They found a ship buried in the Arctic Circle, and it was a Borg ship, and the Borg came to life out of that, and chaos ensues, as they like to say. But it's a great episode. But I
Should
didn't
have had
mind them having
tribbles.
the Borg in there.
Should have been tribbles.
There was a tribble. The doctor whose name was Dr. Phlox, he didn't use like gadgets and gizmos to heal and treat people. He used like worm spit and weird shit like you hear people using today. That's
Yeah.
how he treated people, because that's the way that his people did medicine. And on one episode, he fed one of his pets a tribble, and it was just like a nod to Star Trek fans.
I'll
He
have to
pulled the
find it for next time, but my aunt gave me a tribble that's still on the card. I don't know where it's at. It's in a box somewhere. I used to have it hanging up.
didn't it die?
Yeah, I love those things. I love that episode of Star Trek when the
Trouble with
tribbles were
tribbles.
there. Oh
Trouble
God,
with
I
tribbles.
love
Wasn't
that
that
episode.
the furry things?
Yep.
Yep.
Yeah.
Didn't they also do one on Deep Space Nine?
I think they probably have done
Tribbles.
something tribbles on most of the Star Trek shows.
The only tribble you'll see in Enterprise is when Phlox feeds to one of his animals that he gets
Still
his
awesome.
secretions out of.
Little cameo. Okay,
Yeah.
so let's see now because now I can't see the picture, so I don't know which one this is. Comic book man.
Comic Book Man. Oh my God, that's another one I loved. Please tell me you watched this.
Oh yeah. I've watched
I've
it.
seen episodes of it.
I haven't seen all of them though.
Did you know that Jen was on an episode?
Mm-hmm.
That's where I knew her from. When I first saw her on CBSN, did I say that right? Comic
Yes.
book shop. Yes.
Yep.
When I always get those mixed up. When I first saw her, I'm like, God, she reminds me of somebody. And then it was one of those 3 a.m. things. I'm like, she tried to sell Inigo Montoya's sword on Comic Book Men. And sure enough, I looked it up and there she was. And I even mentioned it to her on her show. I'm like, I remember you from Comic Book Men. And she started laughing. Oh my God, you saw that episode? Because she was so young and everything. But I could still tell it was her.
So Ed, why don't you tell the folks? You might have told people before, but why don't you tell your story with Ming with Ming?
Oh, the podcast story?
Yes.
Yeah, I've had that on my Facebook a couple times too. My 15 seconds of fame. So Ming Chen graduated from U of M almost the same year I did. I think we probably had a class together, but I can't verify it. So anyway, we both and they had a podcast that they were doing with Mike from Comic Book Men and Ming Chen, and then some other people who weren't part of Comic Book Men. And I had found it during the lockdown, and I started being a regular. And they would play games and have trivia, so of course I fit right in. And Ming said something about U of M, and I'm like, "Yeah, my alumni, go blue." And the guy who was leading the podcast says, "Hey Ming, you're our boy Ed Weird. He's an alumni of U of M too." And Ming says, "Well, there you go. Ed Weird, myself, and Tom Brady. That's all you need to know. U of M's the best." And he said, to be mentioned by Ming in that context to me, I was like giddy and a 4-year-old. And
Yeah.
I saved that video clip and
Yeah,
I put it on
you
my
should.
Facebook once in a while.
You should. That's awesome, dude. Look, when James Gunn liked my thread one time, I still have a picture of that somewhere. So trust me, I get it.
Mhm.
I've walked and been near Ming before, but I don't know him well enough to talk to him. Like
I
I've seen
know
him at
him.
cons.
I know him and Mike Zapsik by
Hmm.
name, and they know me by name. And we've talked on the phone. And like I
See,
said, we talked on that podcast.
that's
And
awesome.
I really wish they would start doing that podcast again because it was so much fun. And now that I'm into it, I would pop in on them because they were always wanting um like guests and stuff. But back then, I mean, I had COVID and all that stuff, and I just didn't have time. But I would do it now in a heartbeat if they asked me. And for a long time, their store, uh, Jay and Silent Bob's Secret Stash in New Jersey, was my LCS online. And Mike would write me like little notes and put it in there, and they would give me a heads up on what the topics were going to be for the next podcast, so I could get ready to talk to him about it and have the trivia, and it was so much fun. But yeah, him mentioning me with himself and Tom Brady, it was me, Tom Brady, Edward, all went to U of M. Enough said. And I was like, "Yep, I'm saving that clip."
So just because you mentioned it, for those still watching, maybe came in late. Just since you mentioned it,
There you go.
that's the I love when Kyle does things like this, man. Love it. But I don't have a link to the actual show yet. But I got the thumbnail. This is going to be the Q&A this coming Wednesday at 9 Eastern, 8 Central on the Experience. We're going to kind of, I'm kind of trying to do like a little bit of a town hall thing when it comes to the Experience. So be sure to check that out, folks, if you would be so kind. Let me get back to where I was. Because the next thing we're going to talk about is something that. So I actually started watching the show for this first. I knew there was a comic, but I watched the show first. I didn't make it very far. It's one of those shows where I'll start watching it and then I'll get busy with something else and then I've forgotten what I watched, so I'll have to go back and rewatch it. I've done the same thing with Chuck. I've watched seasons 1 through 4 of Chuck so many times, but I always forget and I never watch the final season of it. So I keep having to go back. So I've done this with this. Found out, like I said, knew it was a comic. Found, I think, volumes 1 and 2 for pretty cheap. Picked them up at the same time. Read it. Really dug the comics. Hadn't gotten farther than that. This is The Walking Dead.
Oh,
So,
you saved all the shots to my heart for right back to back to back. You're trying to kill me here, Jay. I love this book. I absolutely love this book. I can't read it anymore because it's black and white. But I absolutely love this book. I have every issue of this book. I started right when it first came out because my LCS at the time recommended it because they knew how much I love zombies. And I had Battle Pope as a pull for me, and that was his first book. So when this came out, they're like, "Hey, you like Battle Pope so much? Why don't you try a zombie book?" I'm like, "Yeah, twist my arm. I'll try a zombie book." Fell in love with it. The comic, phenomenal. Loved it. The TV show, it was okay, but the TV show lasted too long, in my opinion, and the comic ended too soon, in my opinion. Even though it was out for, I think, 10 or 11 years, it was out for a while. But the last, this is why it bothers me so much. Um, no one knew it was the last, not episode, issue. No one knew it was the last issue because he had released preview covers for like August, September, and October of the next three, but that was all just to put everybody off trail. The last issue of the comic came out and it was like a triple size issue, and the last time it was a triple size issue was when Glenn got killed by Lucille. So I knew something was up. So in the store, I pick it up and I'm looking at it before I buy it. And I go to the end and I read the last panels where it's a grown up Carl reading to his son about his dad. And it says, "The end." And there's this long thing at the end of him saying goodbye to his friend, to the fans, and thank you for supporting the book. And in the comic book store, I yelled, "Son of a bitch!" And he started laughing. And they're like, "You just found out, didn't you?" And I looked at him, I'm like, "How could you not tell me? I feel so betrayed." But yeah, they just ended it. It was like right in the middle of a storyline. And then all of a sudden, we shot forward 20 years or whatever, and Rick gets killed, and it ends with like I said, Carl reading to his son about the adventures of Rick. And it's like I loved how they ended it, but just coming out of the blue like that. And then on the opposite side, the stupid TV show I liked for the first few seasons, but the entire point of the comic was Rick sacrificing everything to make sure Carl had a future. Everything was about Carl. Everything was about making sure Carl was going to be okay. Carl could adapt and fight, yada, 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 yada. The stupid TV show killed Carl off in like the seventh season, or so I
Yeah.
think. I'm like, I'm done. You just, how can you kill Carl? I'm like, what are you doing? And then I think Kirkman did it on purpose because the last issue of the comic was the same time that Rick died on the show, but he didn't die because at the end it shows him flying away with a helicopter. And I cut all cords with the show because I was so pissed they killed Carl and screwed the show. It went on for like another 5-6 years, but the comic died. And the comic is so much better than the show. If you watch the show and love the show, never read the comic, read them. Even if you have to get the omnibus or trades. I mean, you can't go buy a number one anymore. Of course, it's too expensive. But you got to read them if you like the TV show because the storytelling is so much better in the comic.
So Ed, do me a favor. While you were telling the story,
Uh-huh.
I was looking for colorized versions of that first volume.
Hmm.
I sent you a link, and I want you to check it out for me. You can do it while we're talking, or
Where'd you send the link to?
Facebook.
Okay, because I tagged you on something for Facebook too.
Yeah,
It
I
was the
saw it.
Comic Book Men show.
I ended up. I was playing it while I was
Okay,
looking for this. I love that clip, by the way.
me too. I mean, I still smile from ear to ear whenever I hear it.
Just let me know if it works.
Dude, yes, it did.
So what that is I guess the person at the top of it, Zombie Borscht.
Uh-huh.
They spent
Colorized it?
they spent 4 years using a program called GIMP and a mouse in his spare time
That
to
is so
color.
cool.
So
I know they've re-released some of them on deluxe,
yeah, that's what I was
but
looking for.
I can't afford to rebuy all of
Y-
them because I
Yeah,
think the last issue was 190 or something like that. I can't remember exactly. I know issue 100 was when they introduced Lucille and killed Glenn, and I think 190-ish is when it ended. And I don't know where they're at with deluxe. I think they're at somewhere like 115 or 16 or somewhere in that neighborhood. But if they ever do like I asked Rich from Wonderland, if he ever finds out that they do a colored version of the trades or the omnibus or something, to let me know, because I'd love to be able to reread them again.
yeah. He's not the only one that's looking. I've been looking. I found that, and I was like, well, if nothing else, maybe if you wanted to reread the first volume, you could at least do that.
I appreciate it. I really do.
Yeah, absolutely. Because somebody asked me before, and it had been so long since I read these comics,
Hmm.
I totally forgot that they were in black and white.
Oh yeah.
I completely forgot. I was like, really? Are they? And I went and I
Yep.
looked. I was like, damn, they are. They're in black and white.
From beginning to end, they were black and white. Yep. I even have the omnibuses so that I would quit reading my regular issues, but they're black and white too.
Yeah.
So I have those and can't read them. So I'm thinking about, giving them away to somebody to try to pass it on and get people, looking into comics. But I hate parting with it at the same time, but I can't read it.
Yeah. 100%. I think there should be there's something in me, and like I said, it's not just for you, and it's not just for Jenna, but I know a lot of people that I'm starting to realize more and more. There's a lot of people that can't see that black and white, and I'm not talking about starting a petition or anything, but I'd like there to be an option. I'd like there to be an option, or if nothing else, release it on digital in color.
Yes, something.
Like I'm gonna figure something out. We're gonna start something there. There's gonna be a revolution with this black and white stuff. All
Well,
right,
if you're gonna revolt, can I ask one more favor?
what's that?
Do a revolt for colorizing the Universal Monsters movies,
Do that? Yeah,
because I
exactly,
can't watch them anymore either. There's some of the
exactly.
John Wayne movies that I like too that I can't watch because they were black and white. Because I like a lot of his stuff when he was young, and a lot of people don't know this. And some of his first westerns, he would sing in the westerns, and people didn't, they didn't know John Wayne sang.
Yeah,
But
yeah.
anyway, sorry, we're getting tangented again.
Here,
Thanks for that link, though. I mean, that's cool. I bookmarked it.
we're getting we're going into tangents here. What?
Yeah,
When does that ever happen on this straight laced show?
never.
That, you're kind of comparing us to Fable here. Fable has a much more structured show than I do.
Well, Fable's the man,
That's true. That's
even
true.
though
So,
Robbie hates his gut.
No, staying here.
How about well before I move on, Nope, have you ever read any of the Walking Dead stuff or watched the Walking Dead series?
No, no. I've watched the show, yes, but I have not actually looked into any of the comics themselves because, like you guys said, there's so much of it. So whenever I see that on like the trade paperback or hardcover rack up there at the comic book store, I'm like, whoa.
Yeah,
I don't need another journey like that.
Yeah,
Dude,
if
this is
anything,
worth
the
it.
Sometime later.
This is
Yeah.
worth it, dude.
No,
The
and
book
I've heard
is
that
so
too. I've
good.
heard that this series is great on paper, but I just haven't had the time, or like you said, the extra cash to just throw at this one because it'll just sit on the shelf until I get to it. So just
They're not.
spend it whenever I'm ready to read it.
yeah,
What's the other word besides omnibus? Because omnibus is like the whole
compendium.
compendium.
Mhm.
Yeah,
The compendiums are actually pretty affordable, and I think there's only like 4 total
Really?
for the whole series. So
Yeah,
that
I know
might
they have a
be,
lot at my LCS, but
and plus
they're
that link I gave you, they're on there too,
okay.
yeah.
so you can save money that way. But
Because I'm kind of the same way when it comes to Invincible. Like I would love to collect all of Invincible because I love everything I've read, but at the same time I'm like I'd rather just save up and get the compendiums, even though the compendiums are soft cover. I don't
Mhm.
think they do hardcover ones, and I've always
Only the
been
omnibus. Yeah.
yeah, I've always been a person that's like, if you could get a hardcover for not too much more, you might as well grab the hardcover because for me it just sits on shelves better than the soft covers do. But again, if the best way I can collect this story is getting the compendium soft cover, that's what I'm going to end up doing because I love that story and just watching the show makes me love it even more. So yeah, I might end up doing something like that with The Walking Dead. Like I said, it's just one of those things where I get into it, I'm watching it, and then I get busy with something else, and then I was like, there's this other thing to watch, and then I
I,
fall off.
I will give you both my guarantee. If you try these comics, you will get hooked. I
Well, yeah.
guarantee it. The writing is phenomenal. The art was fantastic when I could see it. You said you watched the show, right? Nope.
Yeah,
Do you remember
yeah. I
Andrea,
binged that.
the
Yes,
annoying blonde that everyone was glad when she got killed off on the show?
right. I
In the
heard she wasn't
comic,
annoying
in
or
the comic, she is who Rick falls in love with, and they're a couple,
okay.
and she is a badass in that comic. An absolute badass. There
Hmm.
you go.
Yeah,
Look at that.
yeah, I enjoy
And there's the
these.
trades or compendiums.
Yeah, I enjoy these a lot, but it's one of those kind of the same reason I don't get into One Piece, and the reason I don't have all the Invincible stuff is just it's very daunting.
How many issues do those
Mm-hmm.
cover, Jay?
Let's see. Where you at? See, here's how I also know I'm getting old because I got to take my glasses off to see up close.
See, it looks like those are
We
story
usually it's the
arcs
other way around.
because those have other names on them at the
Volume
bottom.
1, Days Go By.
Yeah,
So yeah, I only have the first two volumes.
right. But there's another paperback one, and I have them, and I think
Doesn't say.
there's only like 3 or 4 total, and it's the whole run from 1 to 190 or whatever that last episode was. I don't know why I keep going to 190, but that just sounds right.
That's so weird. Usually trades will tell you what volumes it collects. Huh. Strange.
Which one you got there? The first one, the
Yeah,
second one?
Days Gone By and Miles Behind Us.
The last
Days Gone By. That's 1 through 6, and then the second one.
those
7 and
aren't the
12.
same ones I have then, because the ones I have are like 50 comics in each one, but it's paperback. And there was 193 total issues. So I was close.
Yeah, do you have the compendiums? Is that what you have?
Yes, but it's soft cover.
Yeah, most of the time, for
Yeah.
some reason, compendiums are soft cover. Like the compendiums for, like I said, for Invincible, they're soft cover too.
Well, the cool thing about the compendiums is that they also have extended pages.
Ooh.
So you see more than you do in the actual individual issues. There's more to the scenery and more to the drawing. It's kind of like the single issues are like letterbot or no, like the whatever, and then the compendium is like the widescreen edition. You can see more.
Mm.
They're really, and they're not that expensive. I think they were only like $20 each, so you could get the whole run for
Oh yeah, I'll definitely do that. Like, because again, I'll get a single issue or two or something, but I want to trade because I want to read it all at once.
I want a colored trade so I can enjoy them again.
Yeah.
Yeah, it looks like there's 4 compendiums.
Okay, so it was 4. I have all of them.
Yeah, and they look like they're about $60
Oh
a piece,
wow,
maybe.
they've gone up in. Well, see, now I feel stupid because I beat the hell out of mine because I didn't want to read the singles anymore.
They about 1,000 issue or 1,000 pages
Yeah.
a piece,
Yep.
roughly. Okay, yeah, that's
And
probably
they're a
them.
fast read. They really are.
They've probably gone up because there's like 8 different spin-off shows. going on along.
Oh. But yeah,
Yeah. Like things that I'm excited for outside of the Superman stuff is I'm gonna make sure I get Battle Cat #1 when that comes out because or Battle Beast.
as in He-Man.
I meant Battle Beast.
Oh, I'm like, they're doing a Battle Cat comic. Sweet.
Well, also when I think Battle Cats, it's one of the first things I got from Mad Cave. That was one of their first series. It was called Battle Cats, but no, Battle Beast. And I'm also really interested to pick up that Predator Spider-Man book, man. After hearing Rich and Des talk about it, and they showed that panel off,
It is so good.
I'm gonna have to.
I read it this morning. It is so good.
Yeah.
My 8-year-old nephew decided that that's the book that he wanted when he went into the comic book store to pick out his birthday gift.
Good nephew.
He's like, "Oh, okay," and I was like, talking to the guy, I'm like, "Is this too gory?" He plays a lot of video games that he probably shouldn't. So is he going to be okay? He's like, "Yeah, probably then."
Yeah, because they were saying it should have been a Red Band book. Yeah.
Really?
Yeah, I think they exaggerated that a little bit, but maybe.
True, but that, I mean,
he probably
I've never read any of the Red Band books, so I can't tell you.
seeing the face rip thing, I couldn't believe that for a Spider-Man book. Like
That's why I love it.
I never knew they made Spider-Man Max, or I would have been picking that up.
The last time I loved a Spider-Man comic was a few years ago when they brought him back. I can't remember what the name of the story was, but I have him. And he was kind of like a monster. I can't remember what the name of it was, though.
Was it the spine-tingling Spider-Man?
No, it was something like, oh, geez. Just continue on and I'll Google. Or otherwise, this can drive me nuts.
Okay. Oh.
It's only a couple of years ago. Firefly. Damn it, Jay. You're killing me.
Dude, I
You
think
put
I
them
put
like all together, my friend. What are you doing?
I think what happened was when I was going through the list, I put most of Nope's stuff together and then your stuff together. Because I mean, y'all picked all the stuff I would have picked anyway. Like almost everything on here is like, yep. And I kept getting reminded every time I saw y'all pop something else in there. I was like, damn. The only ones I didn't grab was I didn't know about the show Daddy-O. I didn't know about that one.
That was real short-lived. Like, I don't even think that made it too much past the pilot. You know, like 3 episodes, probably like that, struck by lightning.
And
I just remember sitting there watching it with my folks, and they were laughing their asses off, and I didn't understand half the jokes, but then watched it later, and I was like, oh, this is pretty good. It sucks that it didn't go by.
I'm going to have to check that out. What was it? I was thinking about the other day. So something we kind of fell off of is when Lock and Key came out on Netflix. We watched the first season, really dug it. But I remembered seeing something about Lock and Key earlier. And sure enough, there was a pilot that was going to be on regular, basic television. It had like Jesse McCartney or something in there. And I remember watching that pilot somewhere. I don't think I watched it on TV. I think I ended up downloading it because I do that. I used to do that a lot. Like I have the original Flash pilot. It's different than the Flash one that aired.
Savage Spider-Man.
Savage Spider-Man. Okay.
If you haven't read it, it's a great read.
And then there was like unaired pilot of Constantine, some other ones that I've been able to get a hold of. There was an unaired pilot of Smallville that I'd gotten, where it wasn't Annette O'Toole as Martha, it was somebody else. And then, like I said, I don't know if Ed, have you ever? I know you don't have Netflix, but have you ever heard or seen of Love, Death, and Robots?
Nope.
I think that would be something you would completely freaking love, man. If you have a way to find it somewhere,
you have to IM me or I'll forget.
I will.
2 seconds after you said it.
I will. In fact, what I'm gonna do while I'm stalling,
what you gonna do?
I got something to fill some
Go
space.
ahead.
That's what she said.
That Daddy-O show. It actually went for 2 seasons, and the lead actor in there was Michael Chiklis.
See, when I was looking it up, I saw the picture. I was like, what is the commish
Yeah.
doing in this one? The commish is how I always remember him. He's also in Gotham for a couple of episodes.
It seems like I should
I
know
can't
that
believe that
name,
went
but
for
I
2
can't
seasons.
place who that is.
The Thing, Ben Grimm and the
Yeah.
Fantastic
Oh,
Four.
yeah.
Yeah, the commish.
For some reason, I was thinking of Lex Luthor and Spider-Man and Lois. Or Superman and Lois. Did I just say Spider-Man and Lois? Oh my God.
Good enough. So what I'm gonna do here?
Shut up, nope.
The crossover we never knew we needed. Spider-Man whoops Superman and stole Lois.
He could easily.
I know I'm
Wasn't there a comic that he did though?
posting this in our group chat, but there's a link. That's volume 4. Okay, the animation in Love, Death, and Robots, dude. Like they do different stories. It's like an anthology thing. Each animation is different. If you get a chance to find any of them, there's one specifically Jen and I love. We want a whole freaking TV show out of it. It was called it's called something. I just had it on the tip of my tongue, but there was one of them in particular where we were like, I need a whole show of this, and it was like farmers in mech suits fighting off aliens.
Okay.
Hmm.
You got my
Trying to remember-
attention.
I feel like I've seen a preview to that though,
It's called Suits.
and it looked pretty good.
The episode's called Suits.
Not that episode, but that
Yeah.
show.
So they're not very. Some of them are very, very short. Some of them are very, very gory. It's different animation. Some of the animation, some of the CG, and some of this stuff, man, is just. I can't believe how far. Like this show puts a lot of Hollywood movies to shame with some of the effects. They're all animated in one way or another. They do one that's like called like it's like a tiny zombie apocalypse, and it's like these little bitty figures, and it's a zombie short, and it's like sped up. There's another one where it's a tiny civilization living in Topher Grace and some other I can't remember the actress's name, living in their freezer. And every time they open the door, it's like a different part, like a different evolution.
Really?
Yeah, it's fantastic. Like
How many episodes are there?
let's see. I think each volume is different.
I don't even know why I bother asking that question, but it just seems like sometimes, if somebody says there's 80 episodes, it's kind of like I don't know if I can do that, but
The ice one is Topher Grace and Mary Elizabeth Winstead. That's who it is. Let's see. Love, Death, and Robots season 1 is 16 episodes. Bless you. Bless you.
Thank you.
No,
Sorry.
you're good.
that'll stick in your beard.
Yeah, right. Always got to check.
There's like I'm telling you, I don't know if you got to watch the show on Prime they did with all the video game stuff.
Oh yeah, I did
Okay.
watch that. Next
This
level.
is kind of like that, but it's not video games, but it's all different kinds of animation. There's one we watched about a Chinese or a Japanese legend of a woman that like a siren that brings soldiers into the water to kill them, and one of the soldiers is deaf and can't hear it. And I thought the whole time it was real actors and actresses. No, the whole thing was CG. Like it was just top notch.
Yeah, my only complaint with that next level show was what are they like 7-minute
Yeah,
clips or episodes or something
Yeah.
like that? And some of those were like, please do a whole
yeah.
show on that.
That and that's
Yeah.
kind of the thing about Love, Death, and Robots. But there's some of the episodes are 10 or 15 minutes. Some of the episodes are a little bit shorter. But man, there's and it's brutal. There's one of the stories I think in the last one we watched. We'll get back to Firefly, folks. Trust me. I want to talk about this show for just a minute. We'll get back. We'll get back to that one. One where it's a crew in like the 1600s. They're sailing. They have a giant crab monster in the lower decks that's eating people. And the captain of the ship decides he's going to start feeding this thing crew members while they're going to this island.
And this is Love, Death,
Yes,
and
this is
Robots.
one of the many, like I said, it's a big anthology thing. I want to see if I can get a picture of
That sounds dope.
it. Man, we just like it's so hard to explain how awesome it is. Like at one point, the giant crab has one of the crew members. It's got its claw in its midsection, and it's using it to talk. So it's like half a
Oh,
body. Yeah,
nice.
it's half a body. I'm gonna see if I can. I'm gonna go ahead and put the picture on here. I don't care.
Dude, you got me hooked. I'm gonna be watching it.
It'd be all right. It'd be all right. Let me save.
Are
this.
they like hour long or are they 20-minute?
No. It's like each episode. There's 16 episodes. Each episode is its like own episode, but it's not.
All differing, but no longer than
Oh,
22 minutes.
sweet. Yeah,
Yeah.
that'll be a fun watch.
I just want to show you this one scene.
I want to see it if you're talking about the puppet.
Oh, it's on my list. So I must have liked it sometime. I watched a preview.
Nice.
Yeah. And that's how he communicates with the captain.
Huh.
That looks very similar to the crab on Godzilla.
Yeah, I'm trying to find there's a water siren.
While you're looking, do either one of you watch Vox Machina?
I watched part of the first season.
That's a really good show too. It's a Dungeons and Dragons based cartoon. It just came out a couple years ago, and season 3 should be starting anytime now, I think, or 4.
And that's 2D.
Pardon?
Right? 2D show. To where it's 2-dimensional drawing, anime kind of show.
Yeah.
It's a cartoon. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, it's based off. So Vox Machina was done by a group of very like famous voice actors. Actually, one of them was might be before Nope's time, but she was the Chrissy Seaver on
Growing Pains?
Hey, okay, maybe not before your time then.
No. I know Kirk
Okay.
Cameron. Alan Thicke.
Okay. Well, Ed, I tried. I tried to make a young joke on Nope since I made an old joke on you. So,
Dude, there are no insulting jokes about being young. I mean, come on.
well, you're not wrong.
Especially when you say way back in the 70s.
Way back.
Yeah, way
Maybe
back.
back in the 70s.
Way back, jerk.
Like, here's like this is just like the episode is gorgeous.
That's
Like-
a cartoon?
It's CG.
Oh, okay.
That's really good texture.
Yeah,
on that.
dude, and trust me, I showed you probably like the worst frame where you could tell it's not real. It took me forever to figure out that these weren't actors in this particular episode.
Huh.
Jenna had to tell me like look again, and the more like you can notice it once you notice it. But I mean, that's like season 2 or 3 right there. That's not even there's one with like rats that wage war on this farmer. Like it's so. Oh, thank you, Eric. One day, man, and no pressure. Whenever you or Stu have time, I would love to have one of y'all on here to talk to y'all. Eric does some awesome, like his reviews are awesome. He does this awesome thing that eventually I might take, just putting it out there, where when he talks about the book, he has the cover like kind of slide down in front of him, so the books he's talking about you can see all of them down at the bottom. I
Oh,
think
that's
that's
cool.
yeah, I think it's genius, and he and Stu have. I don't get to watch it all the time because it is on Wednesdays, and I get to hop on if Kyle and I go short on our show, but the Ink and Insight show is a
Stu
good
is
show.
Kane, right?
Yeah, he's Stu Yankum DDS, and I want to tell him that joke in person one time, and I hope he gets it.
I actually told him on one of the shows, and he was like, "Yes!" and put his thumbs up. He liked the idea that he looked like Kane.
Yeah, but yeah, if however you can, Ed, I really think you. There might be some episodes you're kind of meh on, and that's fine. But I think overall, you really dig Love, Death, and Robots.
Oh, you've got me hooked already. I'm gonna give it a shot.
The-
And nope, I highly suggest you try Vox Machina.
yeah,
Yeah, which one's that on?
I
Which
think
streaming
it's
service?
Prime.
yeah, it's Prime.
Okay.
I'm trying to remember the
Okay.
guy who is usually their the DM that game, Matt Mercer. Apparently, he's like getting bigger as a voice actor. But like the
Yeah.
people that play the campaign, what is the channel that they played on? That's what I'm trying to remember, because it's a very like big YouTube channel that they play their actual campaign on. But I'm trying to remember what it's called. What is the channel's name?
Critical Role, is that what you're talking
Very yes, thank you. It's Critical Role. Very like
It's a
big
group of
YouTube
buddies that
channel.
play D&D, and these cartoons are based on some of the adventures that they've actually had when they're playing the game.
Yeah, they voice their own characters.
But they got some really trippy characters on there, and it's a fun watch. And it's adult. It's
Yeah.
not like the one we grew up watching. It's adult. Like the bard sleeps with everyone, male, female, cat, dog. It don't matter. When
The
he gets
Bard,
the urge to merge, he
my
merges.
favorite. Yeah, the
Oh
Bard.
yeah, he's hilarious.
And,
I like the big dorky guy too. I don't know any of their names, but
I think
giant dude.
Travis Willingham, who's voiced like Thor in the Disney cartoons. I think he's part of that group too. I think he's the big character. I can't remember. See, that's the part I can't remember. I can't remember the character names.
No, me either. And I've watched the show and I don't remember their names. I'm horrible with names. That is my big weakness, and even in trivia is when it's names. I just can't do names. I don't know why.
The hardest part about everything, man, is there's so much good stuff to watch. Like when I saw that Killer of Killers, and then I saw that there's going to be the Badlands, and then I was like, oh, Love, Death, and Robots. Oh, Wednesday season 2. Oh, And if y'all haven't watched Wednesday, Jenna and I enjoyed it. We binged the whole thing in one night. Like that was a good show. Jenna Ortega is just, I don't know. She's one of those. I don't think I'm going to get tired of her.
Is that the Wednesday?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Yeah, and they're dropping the first. Apparently, they're splitting this one into 2 parts though. But part 1's going to be dropped on a Wednesday. I get all the way back down here now. Figure out where I was.
Grog.
Grog. There you go.
Travis Willingham.
Yep.
Matthew Mercer, Marisha. Oh my God. Marisha, I think. Ray, Laura Bailey, Ashley Johnson, Sam Riegel, Travis Willingham. I have no idea how to pronounce that. Stephanie Beatrice and Liam O'Brien.
Stephanie Beatrice.
That's
You're
not
Rosa
wrong.
from Brooklyn Nine-Nine, isn't it?
Oh,
The one
wow.
I can't pronounce is Taliesein. Taliesein Jaffe? I don't know.
Legend of Vox Machina.
It's such a good cartoon. But it's adult. They swear, and there is nudity, and there's sex, and
Oh no.
it's mostly the bard. He's a horny little BA, but he's so funny. Oh my
Say it,
god.
Scanlan. Scanlan. That's the bar's name.
Oh yeah,
Scanlan.
Scanlan Shorthall or something. Yeah.
Yes. And yeah, Stephanie, oh, Rosa.
Mm.
David Tennant's in it.
Hmm.
Gina Torres.
Goodness. Yeah. Yeah, a lot of good people. Like I said, we watched the first season, we loved it. We just again, it was one of those where we just fell off of it, waiting in between seasons.
I think 3 seasons have released, and the 4th one is due this summer or next summer. But they're great watches, and if you like D&D, you'll like it. Don't let your nephews watch it though.
No.
Season 1 is the worst as far as adult wise. Seasons 2 and 3, you'd probably be all right letting them watch it, but don't let them watch season 1 because that's when he's humping anything that moves, and they show it.
Okay, so Firefly. One season. There are people to this day. Brown coats forever.
Oh yeah,
To
sign
this
me up.
day that now, for those who might not realize this, if you've ever seen the movie Serenity, that's Firefly. That's the
Yeah,
movie
and
they
they made that movie to stop the coup of the fans from storming the studio because we wanted a finale.
Yeah. And I'm not going to spoil it, but man, did that movie make me mad in parts.
It did, totally did. Yeah,
Oh, I'm a leaf on the wind.
I found myself a couple of times going, "What did they make this for?" Even though I was saying they need to make something.
Yeah.
Yeah,
This was, I want to say, to me, it's kind of like, and they're kind of different genres, but I would classify this with The Adventures of Briscoe County Jr.
well,
Way ahead of their time.
I don't know what the hell that is.
That was a show with Mr. Ash Williams himself, the most famous chin in the
Ash
world,
Williams.
Bruce Campbell.
Oh, Bruce Campbell. Bruce Campbell.
Oh.
Bruce Campbell.
That's why I haven't seen it. I cannot stand him.
Really?
I can't stand him.
Well, the show
Something
was
about
super
him.
funny. It was set in the Old West, but they always talked about the coming thing, which is where they would make some kind of weird description of something from the future. It was very tongue in cheek show. Had Show Nuff in it. Show Nuff was his partner. It was Western sci-fi ish, but again, it was one of those shows where it was way ahead of its time. I think oh my goodness, how do you say his name? R. Lee Emery or Army played Briscoe County Jr.
R. Lee Ermey.
R. Lee Ermey, there you go.
I never heard of that one.
Played the father. Yeah, it didn't last very long, but the show was so funny.
Was Firefly the first introduction to Fillion?
I know
it was my first introduction to Fillion.
I can't remember if he was on Firefly first or he was in the last couple episodes of the Buffy finale.
Oh, I never watched Buffy.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, Eric. That's what I meant. It was Western and steampunk, but it had like a sci-fi feel to it as well. Like it was a good show.
His first acting credit is Saving Private Ryan.
Oh, he's the one that he's like, all my brothers are dead, and he's like, but they're only in grade school or something.
I do not remember him in that.
I think he was that character. They thought he was Private Ryan at first.
Huh. I don't remember that at all.
Yeah, they thought they found. I love Saving Private Ryan is one of my favorite war movies. That opening scene of that movie kills me every time.
It said he was on Lost too. I never watched Lost though.
I didn't watch Lost.
There's a lot of people who had to leave the theater from that first scene, like veterans,
Yeah,
because it was too real for them.
On which scene?
PTSD things.
dude.
Oh, Save It Private Ryan with the leg.
The
Mhm.
practical effects that they used in that movie was just like I don't know who the effects people were, but damn, like
Who did that movie? Wasn't it Spielberg?
I think so. Next level, like it looks so freaking real.
So that would have been Ambien Productions,
Yeah.
I think.
Oh my goodness, that was 98.
Directed by Steven Spielberg and written by Robert Rodat.
My goodness,
Yeah, that's an old one.
it's crazy, but I loved it though. Like what Tombstone is for me for westerns, Saving Private Ryan is for war movies.
Oh, Tombstone. Love that movie.
But this show right here, again, I think this really felt like it was ahead of its time. I think this one could have kept going for a little bit. I mean, we got Morena Baccarin, we had Alan Tudyk, we had Summer, we had the Baldwin that until I was in my teens, I didn't realize he wasn't that Baldwin. Adam Baldwin. I thought he was another
A
Baldwin.
lot of people think he's part of that family.
Like, just a tremendous show. And again, ended too soon. Glad we got the movie. Morena Baccarin, funny enough, was in Gotham.
Mm-hmm.
She was Leslie Tompkins, who is a character from the Batman lore.
And is married to the guy who plays Jim Gordon in real life.
Ben something. I can't remember.
Ben McKenzie.
There you go, Mackenzie.
I know I'm a minority, but I always thought Melinda Clarke was the hottest on Firefly. But I know no one else does. They always
That's the one with
about
pink sleeves.
pink sleeves.
Who you said?
She played Mandy. Melinda Clarke.
I have to look at that. Hold on. I'm good with names sometimes. I don't know.
It also has the chick from, I think she was the chick from V. Baccarin or Marina Baccarin or
Yeah,
something like that.
Morena Baccarin. She's the one. She's also in Gotham. That's the one I was talking about in Gotham.
Right. I never saw Gotham.
Shoot.
Well, I know that's what I was telling you that she was also in Gotham.
Okay.
She
Alan
played-
Tudyk, I know him from something, but I don't know what.
You know him from everything.
Resident
You're probably
Alien,
not wrong.
Knight's Tale.
Dodgeball.
Knight's Tale. That's it. Yep.
Love,
sure.
Dude, he's like top of my list. He's supposed to be, I think, at Comic Palooza this year when we're going.
Really?
I can't wait. I cannot wait to meet him. Like Resident
Firefly
Evil
was Josh Whedon too, wasn't it?
Yeah, Joss Whedon.
Yeah.
Yep. See, Melinda Clarke, the reason I know that name, I know everybody thinks it's a terrible movie.
Spawn.
I don't mind it. Spawn. Because she was Priest. She was
Oh,
Jessica Priest.
yeah, the chick in the beginning. One of the ones that kills.
Oh.
She's got short hair in that.
I only
right?
saw that once, and when the clown came out, I just couldn't take it anymore. I'm like, this is so dumb.
That's Violator, though.
You didn't like the Violator? I thought it
No.
was.
I thought he was. I've never read any of it, so I didn't know what Spawn was. That was my only exposure to Spawn, and I disliked that movie so much. I've never read any of the books. I don't know anything about it.
Spawn, the actual character, is really dope. Like that movie, not good. I'm hoping this King Spawn thing I keep seeing pictures for. I'm hoping that's kind of real. Todd McFarlane's supposed to be behind it.
You can still get issue 1 of that for like $25. So that kind of surprises me if it's that popular.
Yeah, but it's also like 380 something issues or something.
Right, and I think it's one of those things also kind of like the Death of Superman. There's a ton of those out there too.
Yeah.
Because it was, Todd McFarlane, biggest guy at Image at the time, and they were really banking on that.
Yeah. But the actual Spawn, especially, man, I have on DVD the HBO cartoon with Keith David doing the voice of Spawn. Those cartoon, like they had blueprints with that cartoon to do something because that cartoon is a masterpiece.
Is
The
it worth a
Spawn
watch?
cartoon, oh goodness, I love it.
I have it saved on my list on Max, but I haven't watched it yet.
Oh dude, I love like I have it saved on my list, but I also own the DVD set. I think Sean gave it to me. Yeah, those cartoons are just they hold up. They're so good. And Keith David is another person who has voiced Goliath and all kinds of characters from my childhood. And I just, Pitch Black. I love that movie. I know that movie's kind of meh to some people, but I like the Pitch Black and the Riddick stuff.
People
But
don't like that stuff.
yeah,
Some people don't.
there's some people that
I
just like some
enjoy it.
people don't like Spawn.
I wonder
I
what
feel like there's a
asshole
lot of
wouldn't like
people
Spawn.
I feel like there's some people that hate on the Riddick movies because of Vin Diesel himself.
It's true.
But why? Why does Vin Diesel get so much hate?
I don't know. I don't know what the man has done to anybody. Yeah, I make
I like
fun of
making jokes about Fast and
the
Furious
family thing,
family.
but
That's the
that's
thing,
it. Like, I don't dislike the guy at all. Like, it's just weird.
Did you know that he refuses to do scenes with Dwayne Johnson?
Oh yeah, they hate each other.
So whenever they're together in that movie, they have to shoot the scenes separately because they
Yep.
don't want to be anywhere near each other.
Yep.
I'm sorry,
Standard.
but if somebody's going to pay me millions of dollars to make a TV show, I will act with anyone. I don't care.
Hey man, that happened with with Game of Thrones. Like the chick playing Cersei, who's she's an awesome actress too. I loved her in Dread.
Oh,
Like,
when there's some X's.
yeah,
The new Dread?
yeah.
Oh, I love that movie.
There's talks about a Dread TV show, if not a sequel. There's talk with Carl Urban.
The one with Stallone is garbage, but oh my god, I absolutely love the one with what's his butt there
Carl
from
Urban.
The Boys.
Carl
Yeah,
Urban.
or yep.
Yeah. I've loved him since Xena.
I loved him since Lord of the Rings. That
Dude,
was my first real exposure to him.
New Zealand people, man.
Crikey.
They use a lot because they also use Anthony Starr.
That's Australian.
Yeah, Craiggie's Australian, but close
You
enough.
don't want to tell that to New Zealand people.
Yeah.
Nope, you know me well enough to know that yes, I would say that to New Zealand people.
Well,
To
they'd be
me-
nice to start anything with you.
To me,
Australian
the New Zealand folks are like Australia light
Yes.
because you got
Polite.
Craigie down on the
Polite.
Bobby, and then you got, well, my name's Cog. Nice to meet you. Oi. But
Or
yeah,
You know what my wife dropped on me yesterday?
Hmm.
A clip from Crocodile Dundee came up. She's like, "What's that from?" I looked at her and I'm like, "You're kidding, right?" "What is it?" I'm like, "Crocodile Dundee." "Oh, is that the guy that owns the zoo?" And I was like, "Okay, well, I'm gonna have to educate you on that one once we finish RoboCop." I love Crocodile Dundee. Sorry, another tangent.
No, I'm good with you because I was about to say I even like the second one.
Oh, me too. Yeah.
Now the one after that, no thanks.
I didn't know there was one after that.
Yeah, unfortunately there is, like Crocodile Dundee in Los Angeles or something. Not
That's not.
Oh, because that would be so much different than when he was in New York.
well with their kid and trying to make it a PG movie. Yeah,
Oh God. Yeah, that would suck.
it's like when they did an Ace Ventura like Junior movie back in the day.
Oh,
Apparently they
yeah,
made
I
one.
never even watched that.
Yeah. So yeah, that's Firefly, folks. Firefly was a good show. If you like it, pick it up and get Serenity.
And get ready to
kind
get
of your,
pissed because it's only one season.
yeah, and then get Serenity the movie. The last
So
thing on
Serenity
here-
is the name of the ship, right?
yes,
Yeah.
Was it Fire?
DJ, you are killing me.
I told you the way that I did this. I grabbed all the in stuff. Lois and Clark. Lois and Clark
This
had
show gets a lot of hatred, but I
Hmm.
love this show.
This deck hasn't been shuffled in a while.
No, it really hasn't. This is, and I'm going to go ahead and say it for him. This is Sean's least favorite Superman.
I heard that guy's an asshole in real life.
I heard he is too, but
But you
I
know
can
what?
separate.
But you know what? Dean Cain made Superman relevant again when Superman had fallen off the face of the earth. No pun intended.
True.
Because Lois and Clark brought people back to Superman because people had forgotten about Superman. The
And
Superman
Terry
3
Hatcher.
and 4 kind of sucked. Well, Terry Hatcher, how you can forget her? I don't know, but I love this show, and I think Terry Hatcher is my favorite Lois for a
I
couple of
remember watching
reasons.
as a kid.
Yeah. There was a thing where this one only got 4 seasons. I think
It wasn't even full. It was another one of those where they cut it because there was supposed to be. They built you up to where she got pregnant, and that was going to be the big cliffhanger, and then it.
I will have to search for a minute, so you can go on and keep talking.
The best ever clip out of Lois and Clark is they have a time traveler come back, and it's the one thing that I have always made fun of Lois Lane about, and he he totally makes fun of her and asks her, how galactically stupid are you? And she's like, oh, he's like, I'm Clark Kent, I'm Superman, I'm Clark Kent, I'm Superman. And she's like, what? He's like, it's glasses, get real. And it was great. The scene was wonderful. And what made it even better is the guy that did that scene was from a soap opera that my mother watched obsessively called Santa Barbara. And he was like an a-hole on that show. So just to irritate my mother, I always said he was my favorite character just to annoy her. And to see him in the Superman and Lois and Clark, I said Superman and Lois, shame on me. On Lois and Clark, he does it so well. That's the same kind of character he played on the soap opera, a cocky, arrogant, you're such a dumbass. But he asked Lois, how galactically stupid are you? And I was like, yes, finally somebody said it.
All right, so I hope this is the right video, but a while back when the channel was still, I don't know if people can see the shirt here, Triangle of Truth. Back when the channel was Triangle of Truth, I had a couple Superman videos that I did where I had my top 5 Superman and Clark in TV shows. And I want to say that Dean Cain was on this list, or I made another list somewhere that was like favorite live action Superman. I might have done that too. I've done a lot of Superman content, folks, so
No.
yeah, I know it's crazy. I had my like top like animated Superman series. Is that what I did? Hold on. Favorite animated movies. Favorite animated Superman movies. Yeah, so just go down the rabbit hole there. I'm pretty sure that the link I just posted, because I talked about some of the things that happened in Lois and Clark, like the guy playing Lex, he didn't show up for like a season or two. They replaced the guy playing Jimmy Olsen pretty early because I think they had one guy and replaced him with Justin Wallen, or they had Justin Wallen and replaced him with Michael Landis. It was one of the two. But there were some weird things that happened with that show.
Lane Smith was a good Perry White.
Lane Smith, dude, I
He was
love that
great.
guy.
Yeah, me
Love
too.
that guy.
I'm right there with you.
Son-in-Law, Mighty Ducks, the first one.
Hmm.
But this
Howie
show,
Mandel played Mr. Mixelplank.
yes, yeah, this show, I was, my goodness, I don't even think we moved to the Woodlands when this show was on.
But Lane Davies is the one that played Tempest, and Tempest is that guy that came back from the future. And finally got Lois to realize that a pair of glasses does not a Superman make.
Yes, this came on. This premiered 2 days before my birthday in 1993.
Do you
So I was
remember when
11,
George Jefferson was on that show?
vaguely.
He was the toy man.
Oh,
Yeah, I remember that show. I love that show.
now, my goodness, now I really do.
Denise
Now I'm feeling,
Richards was in that on that
yeah,
show too.
I'm feeling old now because I was 11. I was
Yeah,
11
well,
when
I
this first
wasn't
came out.
11.
Oh, but you weren't that much older. You're not that much older than me. Unless you're 30 to 40 years older than me, you're not that much older than me.
The way you talked about the 70s, I thought I was 50 years older than you.
Talk about. I get the same thing about the 80s. The 80s were 10 years ago.
I hear you.
What about you, Note? Did you ever watch Lois and Clark?
Yeah, a little bit. I really don't remember enough to tell you anything about the show, but I do remember catching bits and pieces of it as a kid.
I think Dean Stockton was in there, or Stockwell was in there too. Pretty sure.
He might have been. They had a lot of this is one of those shows.
I know the guy that you guys like was on there, Campbell.
Bruce
Yep.
Campbell. Bruce
And
Campbell.
I know Raquel Welch was on there.
Yep.
We talked about her.
Richard Belzer or Belzer.
Yep.
He
I
was on
remember
there.
that too. Yep.
The bad boy of karate himself was on there.
Yep. Phyllis
Yeah.
Coates was on there, which made me happy.
It's crazy looking at this cast list. Tony J, Shelley Long, Antonio Sabato Jr.,
What? I don't remember him.
Bob Stanford,
Doesn't ring a bell.
Roger Daltrey.
Oh yeah, I remember that. Shelley Long, she was on it too.
Michael McKean, who later played Perry White in Smallville.
Belzer was like an inspector, wasn't he?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's
Is Lane Smith who I picked for my Perry White when we were casting it the other day? I think it was.
I think you're right. I think it was.
He was amazing. I'm sorry, he was good.
Yeah.
I didn't really care too much for John Shea as Lex, but it was okay.
He was one of my least favorites.
Yeah, me too.
As far as Lexes go, I don't have too many that I didn't like. Like the one in Superboy. Superboy was a crazy show too. Because that show changed so much from the seasons. They switched the guy playing Superboy. Something happened to their Lex Luthor because their Lex Luthor in the first season was college with them. Something happened to him and made him the older Lex Luthor. But I really dug the actor who played the older Lex Luthor in Superboy.
I never saw Superboy.
I was pretty much that guy that was like Sherman Howard. Sherman Howard played Lex Luthor, the older Lex Luthor in Superboy. If there was anything Superboy or Superman related I could watch, I watched it. I'm surprised that I missed the Ruby Spears cartoons that TJ kept telling me about. I found a place to watch them, and they're kind of the setup is one episode has two story arcs in it, and I'm watching it, and the Lex in there, I'm listening to this Lex, and I'm like, I know that voice from somewhere. So I finally break down and look up the cast list. It's the guy who does the voice of Quackerjack in Darkwing Duck. Was Lex Luthor in that Superman cartoon? And it was just one of those things. I don't know how I missed it, but I did. So I got to tell TJ finally. Yes, I started watching the Ruby Spears Superman cartoon. Uh, Man, I couldn't think of too many comics. Like I tried, but I was like, man, you know, there's more TV shows I'm more bummed about getting canceled. Of the ones that I don't think were canceled soon enough were the obvious ones, like reality show ones that have been going on for freaking ever. Like
The
I've just
Walking
never,
Dead.
Hmm.
I haven't been enough in through enough Walking Dead. I think the farthest I got in it was after Herschel.
Hmm.
Hmm.
I made it to the Whisper. That's way down the line. But yeah, I'm towards the end. Probably haven't watched anything that leads into the spin-offs.
Have you watched any of the spinoffs?
Mm-mm. No, I think I need one more
I
or
tried
handful of
watching.
episodes.
I tried watching the Negan spinoff with what's her butt, but it was
Maggie.
just how she could ever be with him after what happened. There's no way. That was so dumb. If somebody did that to your spouse, how could you ever befriend them? There's just no way.
Yeah, I never just you know getting spoiled by clips on YouTube and stuff. I try not to watch this stuff, but sometimes I'm just like, well, might as well. I'm probably never going to watch the show anyway. Uh, but I watched that too, and I was like, it's a. It feels like a weird character arc they gave him between The Walking Dead and whatever the hell's going on in that show. And then I know they also have a Daryl one.
And how did he get to France? There's no pilots anymore. How the hell did he get to France?
And I've always wondered, is Daryl one of those characters they just made for the show?
Yes, Daryl's not in the comic ever.
I do
Nope.
remember Eddie saying that.
There are so many differences in the between
Merle
the
was in
comic.
the comics though.
Oh
His
yeah.
brother. Yeah.
Yep. There are so many differences between the comics and the TV show that some of them will make you cringe because they have like what's a father and daughter relationship on the TV show is an intimate relationship in the comic, which will make you kind of go like, what? But yeah.
From your memory, is there anything that the TV show subverted from the comic that you liked? Because I know that it's very subvert. It's one of those.
I like that Michonne and Rick became a couple because in the
Okay.
comic it was Angela and Rick. And I like how they did the character of Michonne more on the TV show because in the comic she was pretty much a slut. The very first episode she's in, she's given BJ's in the prison,
Huh.
and but you find out later on that that's because she had been R-worded several times by the governor, so she just kind of used that as her mechanism instead
Mm.
of in the TV show they made her like a champion of that to overcome it, but in the comic she was pretty loose.
Mm.
And do you remember Tyrese?
Mhm.
Yes. Yes.
Within 5 minutes of meeting Tyrese, she's on her knees, and it shows you that right in the comic.
Huh.
So, like I said, the comic is not. But you know, Glenn or not Glenn? Who drove the RV?
Dale.
Dale. Dale and the one young gal are sexual partners in the comic, and in the show he was like a father figure to all of them, so that was a little creepy. But there's a lot of differences, and Rick, as soon as the first day he met the governor, he gets his hand cut off. And they never did that in the comic, or I mean on the TV show. But I watched like the first 10 minutes of the Rick and Michonne spinoff series. He cut his hand off right at the beginning on the TV show. I'm like, okay, you didn't do it the whole time, but now, okay. Because it was funny. Because I agree with Kirkman. He said that was the biggest mistake he ever made, was having Rick lose his hand so early. And I agree with him, even though it made for some interesting situations. But I was glad that they skipped that part in the TV show too. I'm glad they didn't cut his hand off. They kept making you think he was going to lose his hand. They played that game like 10, 15 times, but he never did. But then the first episode of the spinoff with Michonne, he cuts his hand off.
Huh.
But he cut his own hand off. He didn't get it cut off. He cut it off because I think it was one of those that made no sense things. I think he was in handcuffs or something. It's like, okay, so your first thought is to cut your hand off. What? No. What are you doing?
Pull the Merle.
Yeah, something like that. But Merle at least was in a situation where he kind of had to,
Yeah.
because he's handcuffed on the roof with the zombies busting through the door. But
There are parts of me that like I know we didn't get to it, but I know also that Kirkman kind of lied about The Walking Dead because he told them it was going to have aliens. It was going
Yeah, I
to be an
remember
alien thing.
yeah, because of all the zombie books that were coming out,
Yeah.
he lied to him to get permission. Yeah.
So I was like, man, it would have been funny to have some kind of alien thing or some kind of tease. But also when Andrew Lincoln gave like his how he would like to see it end, I always thought it was super interesting. He spent
What's
this
that?
whole time running. Rick spent the whole time running, being scared of zombies, people, all that. Andrew Lincoln said something along the lines of, I felt that there was a time where Rick was just going to give up and start walking into a horde of zombies. And that's when he finds out he's immune. And all the zombies just like go around him.
like World War Z.
Yeah. Because I've always wondered if they ever told folks what exactly it was. Was it chemical? What
Nope.
the hell was it
He never tell you.
that like one of my favorite parts from the show is when you find out that dude in the I think it's the very first season,
The CDC.
yeah, tells them everybody's infected.
Yep.
Basically tell everybody's infected. It's you die, you're gonna come back.
Some people
Everyone-
come back in 20 minutes. Some people come back in 2 days. You
Yeah.
never know. And Rick doesn't share that with them until after the barn gets overrun. Herschel's farm gets overrun.
Yep. And I see. I could have sworn that people said that Shane was killed a lot earlier in the
Do you know?
books.
Do you know who was killed really early? Carol.
Hmm.
Carol.
Yeah, I know.
And
Carol-
she's still alive. I
Yeah.
think she's with Daryl in France. I think. I don't know. I haven't watched that one, but
Yeah, she became a badass character on the show.
she did. She was what
Andrea was.
except she wasn't sexually involved with Rick. But other than that, yeah, Angela was such a badass in the comic.
Because after Carol dies, doesn't her daughter and Carl end up together? Like
Yeah,
the daughter doesn't die, or she dies later on, or something.
yeah.
Forget even what her daughter's name was. Sarah or started with an S.
Shh. It'll come to me. Stop it. It'll come to me.
Svetlana.
Sebastian. You suck. You suck so bad. Because they spent almost all of season 2 looking for her, and she was in
Sasha.
her barn the whole time. Sasha, no. Sasha
No.
was the lady that is
Oh,
now
yeah.
on Star Trek. Oh,
Susie.
stop it!
I got it. But
Ugh.
Start with an S.
Yes, it does. Sophia.
yes, there you go.
Sophia.
Yep,
Yeah.
you got it. I
Ah.
had it, but I was like, man, Ed's too far.
Yeah, you had to let me get it, or I'd yelled at you.
He's too close.
I'm like, damn it.
He's too close. I can't take that from him.
Because all they kept talking about is Sophia, Sophia, and
Yeah, I
then this
couldn't remember what they were yelling.
stupid dipshit Angela shoots Daryl because she thinks he's a zombie because she's trying to act all tough and wanted to be a lookout. It's like, yeah, you're a great lookout.
Then we got Shane Castle yelling at the barn. Don't worry, Nope. We're eventually gonna do an episode on that last episode of Daredevil.
Oh, yeah.
I want to get Henri on here. I want to so bad get Henri because Henri, man, Henri going off about that show the other night was hilarious.
I don't know if having me and Henri on a show would be a good idea or not. It might get out of control really fast.
Well,
I love Henri.
once we hit a certain time limit, I kind of don't care.
I love Henri.
Oh yeah, dude, Henri's so great, man.
He was the one that went to bat for me when I was in jeopardy of being banned from EXP. So, yeah, he's my bro. I like him.
Good dude. He's just as good in person. He came down here for Comic Palooza one year with for Miss Jen. Sean went and picked him up from the airport. We got to hang out with him and ate with him. I got to see him sell live. Let me tell you, there's something special about when they call Henri the greatest showman in modern comics. Henri can sell some books, man. Like it really is a thing to see in person. But he's great. He really is.
Do we have anybody watching still?
Yeah, there's like 5 people.
Oh, nice. Whoever's still out there, thanks for hanging out with us.
Absolutely.
Feel free to join the conversation. Drop a comment, ask a question, give us a show that you like.
Yeah.
I thought of another show that was a sitcom, but I don't
Mhm.
remember the name of it. Did any of you watch Uncle Buck? The movie Uncle Buck with John Candy as Uncle Buck.
Legend.
Remember the teenage daughter that he goes and saves?
Mm-hmm.
She's an adult and she's married. And I can't remember the name of the show, but it was one of the funniest sitcoms that I've seen. And each week it was they would take 1 week at a time going to the other one's mother-in-law's house. So at 1 week the episode would be at her house, her mom's house. The next episode would be at his mom's house. And there was just so much stupidity and fun in that show. And the show would usually either start or end with them driving to the in-laws' house. And I think, what's the name of the show? In-laws? I don't think so. But the whole thing was about, and it was so funny. It was so damn funny. I can't really remember a lot of the details.
I know
But
she was in a show called Yes Dear that was pretty funny.
yes, dear. Was that about them going to in-laws' houses? Were they married?
I remember them being married. I can't remember.
I found it somewhere and bookmarked it because it was still streaming somewhere, but I don't remember where it was or what it was called. So that wasn't very useful to bring up, but it popped into my head and I don't know why.
Because it had like Mike O'Malley in it and
Mike O'Malley.
Tim Conway.
Tim Conway. I don't remember that. Might be something different. I don't know.
Probably is. I'm
I'd
trying to
have to look
remember.
at it. If I
Yeah, I'm trying to
see,
remember the oldest daughter's name in that movie.
oh, Uncle Buck.
Yeah,
Her real name or her screen name?
the screen name. I think Tia was the oldest.
Tia was the one. Yeah,
All right.
that was her.
Watch us doom scroll
Mhm.
late at night. Let's see. I don't want your autobiography, dude. I just wanted your freaking movies. Try it this way. Let's see.
I'm almost positive that it was her, and she was married, and every show would either start or end with them driving to one of their in-laws, and they swapped every week. One week they were at his in-laws, the other week they were at her in-laws, and none of them got along that well, and it was just it was great banter. And it was also a little bit adult because one of them had a slutty sister that would sleep with just about anyone, and she hooked up with the other one's brother. it just it was nutty, but I don't think it was that very long. It'll come to me
I was
tomorrow
gonna
at like
say,
one in the morning.
if it's her, I can't find it.
I'm almost positive it was her. I'm like 99% sure it was her. Let me do some Googling. You can move on to the next one.
Hey, Jay Underwood was in Uncle Buck. I always forget that. Jay Underwood. The freaking not quite human Disney movies where he was an android. He was also technically the first live action Johnny Storm. I want to say because the Roger Corman Fantastic Four movie, he was Johnny Storm.
Is that the boyfriend?
Yes, I think. Be on this journey with Ed.
Let me take you on a trip. Yes, that was it. Totally.
What?
You nailed it.
Oh, it was
Yes,
yesterday.
dear. Yes, dear.
Okay.
Yeah, that's it. I know. I recognized it the minute the cast came up for the pilot.
I guess for some reason I never noticed that they were driving in. Maybe I was catching the show like in the middle of the episode or something. I just don't remember that part.
Did you know that she was also Val Kilmer's wife in the sequel to Top Gun?
That I didn't know because I still haven't watched Maverick.
Oh, brother. Do you
Man.
like Top Gun?
You're
Oh,
in for it. That'd be great.
Did you like Top Gun?
Yeah.
Dude, it is so good. I have watched Maverick probably 10 times.
I need to, man. It's
I'm
just
like
it's not
John
good.
Cole on that one.
Yeah.
What?
Yeah.
Okay. Are we done with this, or do you still have more?
Nah, dude, that was the last one.
Okay, I got something for us to talk about real quick, unless you want to leave. What is the movie you saw the most times in the theater?
Oh goodness. The first Transformers, and it only wins by a quarter. And I'll explain what I mean by that. First Transformers movie came out. I went to this movie with everyone. It's like, hey, you seen the new Transformers movie yet? No, let's go. One of the times I went to go see it because I think it was 7.25 or 8.25 times I went and seen it. That's the most I've ever seen a movie. Because that's just too much money for me. Got to the part right before the Decepticons attacked the base, and the movie stopped. They couldn't figure out what the hell was going on, because now everything is it's MP4s. It's all video files. There's no tapes anymore. So they had to wait till they got another copy of it, and then they replayed it. So I got to watch it like 8 1/4 times because that quarter part of the movie. The follow up to that, or the runner up to that, is Deadpool. First Deadpool movie, I watched it about 8 times. No, I watched it 8 times. So Transformers wins by 1/4, but I watched Deadpool 8 times.
I don't really know that I have one that I went back like a lot, but I know off the top of my head that I did go back to see Watchmen a couple different times because the first time that we went, we decided to do a little bit of partying beforehand and walked into the wrong theater, and turned out we were like halfway through the movie and we thought we were just coming into the front at the beginning of the movie, and then we go, man, that movie was really short, and then come out, put it all together. It's like, we went to the wrong theater, and literally started watching the movie halfway through, and then went back and watched it again, and was like, oh wow, we missed a lot.
That is a great movie. I don't care what anybody says.
Mm-hmm.
Like, there are so many people that complain about comic book movies not being basically panel to screen. And aside from the like octopus thing that happens in the Watchmen comic, that movie is so freaking accurate. Like, that is almost 1-to-1 with that movie. I love that movie. I think, you're not supposed to like Rorschach, and I get that. I get what Rorschach is supposed to represent. But Jackie Earl Haley is such a badass in that movie. Like, his line delivery of, "You don't seem to understand. I'm not trapped in here or locked in here with you. You're locked in here with me," still gives me chills every time I think about him saying it. That and "Give Me Back My Face." Yeah, I love that movie.
Well,
Cool.
1 second here.
hmm Well, which one you got, Ed? Because
Return of the King.
I am going to be wrapping it up a little.
Mine's Return of the King.
Return of the King. Okay,
Yep.
wrap
Yep.
it up a little bit early. I mean,
No, you can wrap it up whenever you're done. It's no biggie.
yeah, that's true. You could have been on the show. I'm just giving you a hard time, man. I'm just giving you a hard time. I'm really hoping we get to see you a couple more times next month. I'm hoping the plan kind of goes through. The topic was what's the movie you've seen the most in theater? I'm assuming in theater because trust me, there's a lot of those movies. If it was at home, it'd be a lot more.
Oh, the movie I've seen the most at home was the original Halloween. I have watched the hell out of that.
Yeah, because mine's pick a Superman movie, and I'm pretty sure that's the most I've watched. So Ed said Return of the King. Is that what you said?
Yep.
Yeah. So Ed's got Return of the King. Yeah. What's the movie you've seen the most in theater, Sean? Let me know, and then it's my turn.
I remember the first time seeing the Avengers movie in theaters was an epic moment.
Yeah, it was not Yesteryear because Yesteryear had 6 seasons. I'm gonna have to dig. Because this, I think, only had 1 season, and I was mad that it didn't come back. Because I thought it was so funny. So it wasn't Yesteryear. It looked right, but
Yeah, and it's weird trying to look stuff up whenever you can't find nothing. Like no trace. Type in 6 different ways the premise of a show or something that you think you remember, and it's like, nope.
I found it before and I bookmarked it so that I could watch it because I was watching it when it was actually on. But I can't remember the name. But I know it wasn't on 6 seasons. It was just a few episodes and I was so ticked that it got canceled. But the beginning of every episode, one of them was driving to the other one's parents' house. And the whole thing would happen at the parents' house or whatever they were doing together. And it was really funny. And I thought it was the girl from Uncle Buck, but I'll dig into it and see if I can find it or figure it out sometime this week.
I had one more, and I cannot believe I didn't think about putting this on the list of things canceled way too soon. For me,
What you got?
My Name is Earl.
Mm,
Never
I
seen.
love My Name is Earl. It's
I've seen that one in
Jason,
spurts.
Jason Lee, Ethan Suplee. Uh, Jason Lee plays Earl, who's basically a no good guy, has been his whole life. He buys a lottery ticket. It ends up winning. He's immediately hit by a car. While in the hospital, he sees I can't remember that dude from MTV. Wait, Carson Daly. He sees a Carson Daly interview talking about karma. So he decides to make a list of all the bad things he's done in his life, and he's going to repay them or go back and try to fix them. And the first thing he does on his list, he's talking about littering. Well, the whole time after he gets hit, the lottery ticket's been like floating around town. Once he starts picking up the garbage, the lottery ticket comes back to him. And it's at that point where he's like, I got to pay back all the bad things I've done. So he uses the lottery winnings to try to make up for things on his list. He picks random numbers, and it's him and his brother going around trying to do good. And they end up after like the third or fourth season ends on a cliffhanger. NBC doesn't pick it back up. The
Hmm.
creator of that show went on to make a show called Raising Hope, which apparently is kind of a continuation, even though they don't really say it, but you hear a story about some guy that made a list who's going around and helping people out. Now, the showrunner, Jason Lee, has been trying to get they've been trying to get a movie made for My Name is Earl to wrap it up for forever now. But basically how it was going to end was Earl was going to get close to being done with his list, but he never actually finishes the list. He ends up meeting a person who, because of the actions of Earl, made their own list and is going around fixing all the bad things they've done. So it's a show. It's so funny. Jamie Presley's in it as his ex wife. It's again, it's such a funny show. It's one of the Bo Bridges plays his dad. Like it's
Hey,
such a
that's
great
great.
show. Such a great show, man. It was when it was on Netflix. It was between that and The Office. I would watch both of those shows like back to back. And then I think my name is Earl is on Disney Plus or something, or maybe they pulled it off. It's been a while since I've seen it, but that's a show that canceled way too soon. Had a huge following. Wish somebody could have picked it up, but
Was it like a redneck show or something?
well, I mean, yeah. I mean, they were in a trailer park. Him and his brother were living in a hotel.
Lots of cut off T-shirts. Yeah.
Yeah, and they had
Yeah.
they had a maid. They had a maid named Catalina, played by Nadine Velasquez. Whew.
Hmm.
Burt Reynolds was a guest star in there before he died, and then they brought in Norm Macdonald as his son. He was Burt Reynolds played a guy named I think they called him Big Chubby,
Hmm.
and he had like a barbecue place and a strip club and like all these places around town. And then his son was called Little Chubby.
It's kind of
Like
like Porky.
yeah,
Porky.
it was a very fun show. Like it was oh so sad never got to see it. And I like Jason Lee as an actor. I knew about him because he was a skateboarder first. So I knew about him because I was a big skateboarder when I was a kid. Oh, and I have watched Letterkenny a lot. If we're talking about Letterkenny, I can never get I was the first person in my house to watch it. Then I got Sean to watch it, and then finally I got Jenna to watch it, and then I watch it on my own. There's just shows like that I can do. The Office, My Name Is Earl, and Letterkenny are shows I can just at any time put on and just watch. Ed, are you still looking for that show, man?
I am. Sorry, I'm done. I'm gonna quit obsessing. I'll be up all night looking for it.
Trust
It
me,
might
dude, I
be
get
that
it.
one. I'm gonna have to watch an episode, but the people in it look familiar. But I don't think that's it. And I think I might be thinking of the wrong girl. But because I'm pretty sure it only was on one season, and the show would start and end with them driving to and then home from the other one's parents. And it was so funny, and I thought it would be on forever, and I'm pretty sure it was only on one season. So when I saw 6 seasons, I don't think that was it.
Oh wow. Hold on. What? I never look, man. I never shared that link. That's the video where I might be talking about Lois and Clark. I never shared it. I put it in the chat and never hit enter.
That's funny.
Uh, Another thing about My Name Is Earl, and then I'll be done with it. So I don't know if y'all know who Timothy Stack is.
Not by name.
It might be a person, if you look it up, you'll recognize him. He played himself in My Name Is Earl, like a very exaggerated version of himself. He was hilarious in that show too.
I don't recognize him.
Hmm.
Oh
He
God, I remember the guy who plays Earl. It came up. I know him. No, I never watched that show.
love Jason Lee. He was also in a lot of the Kevin Smith movies.
Mallrats,
Mhm.
probably the most famous one.
Yeah,
He was in Chasing Amy too, wasn't he?
yeah. He was Brody.
Yeah, I thought so.
Well, isn't that supposed to be an unofficial sequel to Mallrats? Because isn't that his character's name in Mallrats?
I don't know.
I think so.
Could just be a repurposed name.
It could be, man. Like Kevin Smith's made so many movies where I'm like, is this actually connected to this? Is this? Yeah,
Well,
Well,
kind
yeah,
of.
and
It's in the
Silent.
View Askew universe, but you know.
Yeah.
yeah.
Jay and Silent Bob are in so many different freaking movies.
Dude, I remember them being in like again. Friends had cable, I didn't. So when I got to spend the night with them, I got to watch cable. That's how I got to see Beavis and Butthead and things like that. But I remember they used to do MTV commercials, back when MTV played music. That might be before some folks' time. Um, they were in a commercial where they like Jay put flour or something all over his face and put in a white contact and was singing "Beautiful People" by Marilyn Manson, and then starts freaking out because he thinks the contacts rolled up into his brain. Like they were in episodes of I never watched this show, but Degrassi. Apparently, that's a big famous Canadian show that's been on since the '80s. But
Hmm.
apparently, they were in that show because Kevin Smith was a big fan of it. They were in one of the Scream what Scream movie? Scream 4. They were in. They had a cameo. They cameoed in one of the Scream movies.
Yeah, I don't know too much about the Scream movies.
And they also are cameoing kind of on the experience with this awesome thumbnail that Kyle made for the Q&A. This Wednesday on the experience, 9 Eastern, 8 Central. Be sure to check it out. I don't have the link to it, but be subbed to the experience. Hit that bell for notifications so you hopefully know when we drop a video. We all know sometimes it doesn't work that way. That's how people miss some of our shows sometimes because there is no notification sent out.
Yeah. Notifications don't work very well these days.
They don't.
Went off for this one tonight, surprisingly.
Yeah.
Yeah, of course, the one that you're ready for, it always does.
Right.
Well, that's good for me. Good for us. I'm glad. Like it's so weird. If folks still watching, again, appreciate you. I'm gonna be wrapping this up soon so I can go watch some TV with the wife and everything. It's very weird being on the experience show sometimes because I can sometimes tell when the notification hasn't been sent out when the usual suspects aren't in the room in the first like 20 minutes of the show. Like my mind doesn't even say maybe they're busy. My mind goes to I bet they didn't get notified. Like y'all have nothing better to do but to watch experience shows.
Right.
But we
Well,
appreciate
if I wasn't stuck at home, I probably wouldn't be on near as much as I am. But pretty much the internet's my life these days.
you got one live show you can always be on. You got one every now and then on the experience you can be on, and eventually we're gonna have our own Ed lives where I come to you.
Come to Butthead.
That'll be fun. That'll be
Yeah,
different.
I got a few ideas I want to kick around with you guys sometime.
Yeah. I'm down, man. As long as I got time.
Can you hang out after the show tonight for just a couple?
Just a little bit though.
Yeah, that's fine.
So, but I'm gonna go ahead and call it, y'all. This was awesome. There's still folks watching. I appreciate that. It's crazy to me that people. I love the fact that you are, but it's so crazy to me sometimes when I look up and I'm like, it's not 0 people watching. So I really appreciate it. Nope, you got anything coming up? I know you don't have a channel or nothing, but I
No.
hear that all the time. So
Yeah. Nothing really.
we'll
Y'all did
eventually
first
get
no.
we'll eventually get some unboxings from you.
Right. Maybe.
Technically, we kind of got one tonight
Kind of, yeah.
with that
Technically. An unofficial
awesome
one, yeah.
freaking art piece, man. Jesus,
Yeah, that was nice.
God. Ed,
Yes.
got anything going on?
Doesn't matter because you're going to put it up if I don't anyway.
That's true. That is so true.
Jay,
I got to
to
get
be
used to asking that.
To be completely honest with you, brother,
Mm-hmm.
I talk to you and Note more than I do my own family members. So if I have anything going on, you two are more likely to know about it than anyone else I know.
True.
So it's going to be difficult for me to surprise you with anything.
But once y'all start doing stuff, I got to practice doing that so I could be like I do with Phable and all them, posting their links in the chat. I got to start preparing myself.
He's establishing
Because
habits early.
I got to because it still takes me till the end of the show to remind everybody to do all the other stuff that people usually say at the beginning of their shows. Because I just remembered I hadn't said it yet. So I figure I start asking y'all now. That way when y'all do have something coming up, y'all can say it. But I'm gonna go ahead and drop these guys out. Again, always a
Peace,
pleasure.
love, hail Hydra. Thanks for hanging out with us. It's been a pleasure as always. See you next time.
Later, everybody.
Take care, y'all. And Yep. All right, folks. The thing that I usually don't say because I forget it is don't forget to like, share, comment, subscribe, all that fun stuff. According to Sean, we gained a sub during the live. That'd be awesome. Hopefully, we can keep it till the next week, which I have no idea what I'm going to be doing yet. But I'll figure something out. Might be some more comic talk or some actual comic talk. We haven't done that in a little while. Go through League of Comic Geeks or something and show some books that are coming out later next couple of months. Super excited. It's May. I had to sing the song in my head. I almost forgot what next month was. We are like 2 months away from Superman, and Fantastic Four. Again, I'm excited to see both of those. I got a small confession. I in my Fantastic Four trailer video, I didn't sound as excited for the movie as I thought I did until I went back and rewatched it. I've said everywhere else though, except for that video, that I was excited to see Fantastic Four. So if I made it feel like I don't care about the movie, that's not it. Um, I'm excited. July is going to be a great month for superhero fans. I'm hoping that these movies crush it. I'm also excited to go see Thunderbolts. Jenna and I are hopefully seeing that next Thursday, like the Geek Chat that aren't going to be on next Thursday. Kyle and I are supposed to be doing something, I think. But Jenna and I are seeing the movie early enough to where it should be good to still be able to do a show. So, catch me on the experience. Catch me here every Saturday, hopefully. Unless something big comes up, I'll let folks know. 9 Eastern, 8 Central. Thank you all for being here. I got to find my button because I have so many slides here. I have so many slides. I need to get down to. Nope, that's not right. That is completely wrong. Huh. I thought it. There it is. See? Mixed up. But anyway, man, it's time to go, y'all. It's been 5 hours. So, please take care. Have an awesome rest of your weekend, and I hope you have a great week till I see you next week. Same time, either here on the experience. Come check out the shows. Just say hi. Just say hi. You don't even have to stay and watch the shows. We'd like that. But until next time, folks, here's my awkward goodbye so I can end the show because it cuts off weirdly on YouTube. Take care, y'all. Later.